triumph and a total prize fund of 100,000 euros.
Aceasta este cu adevărat o performanță a capacității noastre organizatorice, dar și un prestigiu al faptului că Federația Europeană de Șah a ales să încredințeze României cea o importantă competiție europeană a șahului, datorită dezvoltării activității șahistice din România.
The State Mint crafts exclusive medals, a first for an international chess tournament.
O monedă unică pentru medaliile jucătorilor, ceea ce face din acest eveniment ceva cu totul și cu totul special, un eveniment care va rămâne în istoria șahului european, în istoria șahului românesc, cu siguranță.
Suntem mândri să contribuim la acest eveniment și să oferim o medalie care să celebreze excelența în șah. Ne dorim pe viitor colaborări pentru viitoare proiecte cu Federația Română de Șah, să fie șah. Le dorim mult succes românilor care vor participa la acest mare eveniment și îmi doresc ca un român să fie câștigător. Hai România!
Romania takes center stage as the heart of the chess world. Checkmate Europe, more than just a competition, a move in history's game. A century of Romanian chess crowned by the European Championship in Eforie Nord. Let there be chess!
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. SenseRobot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, SenseRobot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The candidate to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. SenseRobot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, SenseRobot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the Endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is SenseRobot. Today, chess all in AI.
Grand Prix 2025, the ultimate chess showdown in Romania. 5 cities, 5 intense stages, 5 champions. 150,000 euros prize fund. The stakes are high. 50 countries, more than 1,500 players, a truly global battlefield. Where and when will the legends be created? Bucharest Grand Prix Rapid in May. Alba Grand Prix Rapid in July. Brașov Grand Prix Classic in July and August. Arad Grand Prix Classic in August. Craiova Grand Prix Rapid in September. Join the elite, make history, and prove your mastery at Romanian Grand Prix 2025. Sign up now and let there be chess.
Come back.
Yeah, we haven't seen you for a while, so
Yeah,
3-4 days.
I was doing arbiter's job, and I was there to see live what is happening, so it was quite fun also from there to follow.
Yeah, today's an interesting round. Maybe we can just get the results of the last round. Many upsets, many interesting matches. Mostly drawn, but for example, Jobava versus Svane was a thriller. Gledura versus Gumularts, the same. Lodici versus Gurel, that game could have ended up with a win, easy win for Gurel. Many ups and downs. 2 wins with black pieces, 2 wins with white pieces. Very interesting day yesterday. Let's check the standings.
So with 6.5 points we have 5 players, and in first place right now Jobava, Yufa, Tari, Bluebaum and Sargsyan. Then we have with 6 points Gladura, Van Forest, Kurkulus, Lodici and Šarić Ivan, and so on.
Yeah, and few more. So we can see that it's quite level, quite even. You lose one game, you're out of top 10 suddenly. So yeah, for example, Jobava sitting on the first place. If something goes wrong, he can be easily kicked out of top 10. Let's go with the pairings. We have many interesting battles today. I can maybe give my prediction regarding the possible outcome. So yeah, I can say that for sure. If Jobava wants to create a mess, then this game, yeah, and also Bluebaum is there with the white pieces. He's very successful with the white pieces. If I'm not mistaken, Sandra, that he won all his white games. Yes, that's correct. 4 wins with the white pieces, so it will be a big challenge for Matthias, Tari, Jordan Van Forest. They are like Magnus Carlsen seconds, so they know each other very well. Erdogmuz is a newcomer, top 10 places. Ivanchuk versus Rothstein, for example, that game 5-10 years ago could be 2740 versus 2700, so it will be very interesting day. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's see how players are entering.
We can see Ponomaryov, always with his
Bag.
yes.
Okay, some routine checks. That was Neverov, well-known grandmaster. He's very long in circuit. Some checks. If I'm not mistaken, Sandra, you need to leave your like chocolates or something, because that can produce additional sound.
You can take with yourself in playing venue, but you should eat out of playing venue in this part from where players are coming, so you don't want to disturb any of your colleagues.
Nils Grandilius just passed. I see Deak behind, coming. Very shaky tournament. Gledura yesterday was very tough game, tough result for him. He was winning. French player Paul Vete. probably exchange few words on French language with Stéphane Scaffer, our fair play chief officer, Paichadze, Goker Khan, if I've noticed correctly. I see Armenians coming. Then Georgian Sanikidze. Some players need to be rechecked. Oh, sunglasses.
Yeah.
So the weather is
Quite
shiny.
nice, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our
Arbiter,
arbiter
she's always in good mood.
and Kwaparazwe Giga, who is really super fast, fast than light. I think that was Gavrilescu just coming outside. Many familiar faces. Players entering. Now there is a small queue. Samunenkov. Kantor Gergely, yesterday he won in a style. Volokitin, tough game, always in time trouble. Moroni, Livajic,
Tony Lazov.
yep, from North Macedonia. David Anton Hiharo,
Pretkin.
Willow from Scotland, if I'm not mistaken. Predke. Actually, Predke is back to top places. He's doing now quite well. Whom else do we see?
Yeah, Pretke won 3 games in a row,
Yeah.
so
Panchevsky, I think he won yesterday. That a thrilling game versus Vignir from Iceland. Sargsyan just came, if I'm not mistaken. There's Jubava coming. Chigaev just entering. Jubava need to be rechecked. He's playing today on board number 2 versus Bluebaum. He's entering, bringing some juice, or it was Fanta. Don't know really. Okay, now the queue is a bit longer. Maxim Rovstan, yesterday he was our guest. Denis Kadric, no trash talk in this tournament.
no. Yesterday he played in my section, he made a draw. He was quite nervous.
Alin Berescu, Vice President of the Romania Chess Federation, Grandmaster. Gavrilescu, Šubelj, Slovenian and Romanian prodigies. Igor Vujacic from Montenegro, arbiter is there. Sirovi Ivan is preparing to give some info to the players. Samunenko on our bottom right. Volokitin, you can see his shoulders.
And Lena with all of
Yes.
these big names.
Yep. Yeah, she's smiling a bit. Yeah. Many interesting players. Kadric is there. Kwaparadze.
Panchevsky, Filip.
Wojtaszek, you would expect to see him on top boards. David Anton as well. Let's move to our top boards now. Let's go with the camera to board number 1. Here Jufa is seated, usually wearing his shirts. He likes to be dressed sporty. How about others? We mentioned Maksimovic, I think, Bosnia and Herzegovina IM, and today if he wins, I think he's getting a GM Nord.
Wow.
That was actually an info share by our dear Lena. Jobava Blue Bomb. Let's throw around a bit to the playing call a little bit more. Jordan Van Forest just arrived. He's back to top boards, shaking heads with Aryan Tari.
3 p.m. I wish you enjoy it, and we keep the pace and the attitude the same as in previous rounds. Even we understand that it's going to be maybe more tricky or nervous or whatever, but we will do our best. Please enjoy your round and please start your games.
Martirosyan seated. Donchenko, yesterday he was our guest in the studio. Alvaro Alonso. Stamatis, easy to recognize him from afar. He just played E4 and C5. Let's go to the first board with the camera. So D4 played in Gabriel versus Jufa, although Gabriel sometimes plays C4, but D4 was very, very expected.
Jufa looks very ready for this game.
Knight F6 and C4 will be played. Here we have Rothstein versus Ivanchuk. D4 just been played. Edis Gorel already in middle game. Okay, not yet, but they are playing the Sicilian. Edis Gorel is playing. No, they are not playing Sicilian, they are playing Rui Lopez, some other players. Let's just catch the camera board number 3. In that board, in Jordan versus Tari, it's an Italian game. Gioco Piano, Bluebaum is playing maybe Jobava variation, I'm curious to see. Sargsyan versus Jufa. Knight F3 just played. Let's go back to the camera that you can see. Here, Lupulescu playing EC Sicilian. Cantor. Yesterday he lost Deadly versus Gabriel Sargsyan. We see Nisipeanu behind. Handshake here. Maurizi just arrived. Next to him is Bojan Maksimovic. Right behind Pansulaya versus Hušenbet. He just arrived. Jaime Santos playing E4 today, although he was before D4 player. Volokitin playing versus Kerokan. Unfortunately, some players were not happy with the outcome of this tournament and they were not paired. Mainly, we can mention heavy guns like Sarana and Kollars. All others are still playing. Of course, we have some massive rating gainers. We mentioned that some players are gaining more than 100 or almost 100 point plus, but let's say mention plus 30. We don't have many Usually they are like a little bit lower rated, but we have one player performing brilliantly with 5 points, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's Sherman, Ryan from Israel, 41.4 in plus. Sandra, do you see anyone else?
I will check. 36 points for Armenian player Yertisian, Haik.
Yeah.
And he's also 5 out of 8. So let's check who else. Okay, we have 49, so almost 50 points after 8 round. Vogman Roy, under 18 Israel chess player, 4.5 out of 9.
Yeah, Philip Andrei, I've noticed here.
41 points plus.
And few more like Gombos Ferenc, 30 plus. So there are several players really collecting a lot of rating points. Jubava is on 20 plus.
Which is great on this level and with his rating.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the first board. Let's check what do we have there. We have Bogo Indian. We will have a poll, of course, our typical stuff. Bogo Indian A5. I was analyzed this a lot. So if G3 will be played, now there is even C5 move. B6, sorry, after A5, G3, even B6 is possible. Possible is to play D5. Many options, something like this as well. Then Queen E7 at some stage. So it's Yufa's turn to decide after G3. I think G3 will be played. Then pour number 2, we have Bluebaum. So Jobava played this time something else, Bishop G5, and then Knight D5. We will have a guest already, so let's discuss a little bit how things are going with our beloved David Navara. Everyone likes David.
Welcome, David.
Thank you. Welcome everybody. So I'm sorry for today's quick draw. It was not planned. I mean, I was prepared for about 6 lines. This was one of them. Basically, I thought that with black there was no point to play too risky chess, and that if the opponent plays very quietly against Berlin, there is no need to search for something, because I saw that Daniel Darda tried to avoid this draw by playing d6 instead of
maybe you can show David a bit. It's touch screen. You can.
No, there's nothing to be shown on this game. I mean,
okay.
This is the most ordinary Berlin draw, but
maybe what you expected that might happen today. You mentioned like 4 or 5 lines. For example, which line white is playing usually?
He's also playing Italian with Bishop G5. He's also playing C4 in the first move, and then some ideas with D3, Knight F3, Knight C3, or C5, C4, E5, G3. He is also playing D4, not C4 only in Blitz and Rapid mostly. E4 he's playing also Berlin with Bishop takes C, with D3, Bishop C5, Bishop takes C6. And also so it's about 4 lines. I think there was still something, Vienna, I mean E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight T3, Knight F6, F4, D5, F takes E5, Knight takes E4, Queen F3, also in some games, but very rarely.
Yeah, accuracy is 100%. That was played already many times before, and it's known drawing mechanism. Yeah, but you are black. I think David, that you don't need to apologize, because of course you were ready for a big battle if white opted for something else. Maybe it's a moment that we touch your previous rounds, because there were many interesting games. So maybe if you want to show a little bit how it was your yesterday game a bit, or maybe to touch some other one, just briefly. You don't need to go too deep, maybe just the critical points. You can see it, I put it on the on the touch screen. This is, for example, versus Eduardo. You can maybe fast forward at the moment when you think it's interesting.
In round 8 it was a very important game for me, because I was on +3 with relatively good tiebreakers, but with those tiebreakers it is basically important to win your games early on, because then you are likely to have better tiebreakers than when you finish well. So actually it was surprisingly my first game against Eduardo Iturrizaga. I mean, he moved to Spain several years ago, so earlier we could not have met in European Championships. But I think we haven't even played online against each other. At least I have not played against his official account. So
yeah, he's from Venezuela. He was playing with the Olympiads and so on. Yeah.
Yes, I mean after E4 his main choice was C5, but recently he has been playing a lot of Caro-Kann, also in his previous 3 games in the European individual. So I was sort of ready for it. Actually, I also play Caro-Kann, but nowadays mostly online in some Rapid and Blitz. But about 10 years ago it was my main opening. I was playing it when I needed to win with black. I was playing it when I wanted to play solidly.
Before it was Karpov's choice to be solid, but these days you can play Caro-Kann if you want to win.
Yes, I mean also Viktor Laznička played it and played it quite well, so I got inspired by a countryman and friend. So here I chose this line, short variation, which I usually play. I actually played it on chess.com against Grandmaster short with black, maybe at least one time, I don't know, perhaps more than one, definitely more. But okay, knight d7 is one option, and here after castling, Eduardo played a5 in his earlier game against Roman Prix in round 2, I think. And it's interesting because after a4, f6, white might have slight advantage, but it's very sharp and it's easy to go wrong. And Eduardo Iturrizaga is maybe not a big theoretician, but very resourceful, strong player who can play chaotic positions well. So the point behind knight bd2 is that if black plays a4 now and f6, I can go knight b3, and with white castling instead of this knight b3, which could have happened in the previous line, there is knight h6, knight b3, knight f7. I hope it's this way. I'm just not sure about the move orders. It's always a problem for me. Bishop e7, and now, okay, I will turn off this engine here. Now there are some moves, but I don't want to go too deep. I remember something, but don't want to show my preparation.
Fine.
So the point is that in this move order, starting with knight d2, black cannot play knight h6 here, or he can, but it's a concession because I have knight h4 and there is some check on h5, and it's not great for black because now his king side is weakened, and white's king side is not so weak, although one needs to calculate some short line, but okay. So knight h6, now we have transposed to a normal line. White can also start with knight b3, sorry, not b1. So white has basically 2 plans here, either a4, a5, or bishop d2 first, and maybe knight e1, and knight d3, maybe f4, then maybe not. So against g5, I think it makes a lot of sense to start with a4, but against queen c7 somehow it seems to be more accurate to start with bishop d2. Maybe it's just my impression, I'm not sure, but basically if black plays some g5 and bishop g7, there might be bishop b4 at some point also. Bit unpleasant move. Maybe white plays a4 now, if I remember my preparation correctly. So bishop h7, but there are some subtleties. Somehow in my preparation I concluded that bishop d2 might be a bit more accurate. After a5 I would have played a4 anyway, but the a5 pawn might become a target, and black can no longer castle queenside, which is important for me because there are some lines where black plays g5 and maybe later f6 or knight g6, g4. So bishop h7 was a surprise. Now I played a4, which is a common move in these positions, and after knight g6 I realized that black prepared 2 ideas, either f6 or c5. And now I wanted to prevent both, but I concluded that c5 is not such a big problem for me yet because I have c2, c4, and I disliked f6 coming. For example, if I play a5, black can play f6 probably immediately, and then bishop d6 and castle king side. And I can play something like rook e1, bishop d3, but somehow it seemed to me that in some lines there could be knight e4, and also black can take with the pawn. That was what I disliked, I forgot now. So he can take with the pawn, play bishop d6, and then he has some center. He might sometimes even attack my king, although his king is weaker. I don't know, I did not like it so much, so I played bishop d3. Which is not such a rare move against bishop h7, knight g6 in different lines of Caro-Kann. I did not play rook e1 for some reason here, but I think the reason was okay, if I remembered it would be great. After bishop e7 I would have played a5 anyway later on, but the problem was that I probably need to play bishop d3 sooner or later anyway, because otherwise black castles and plays f6 and recaptures maybe with the rook and gets some nice French defense with active white squared bishop. So a4 is typical. Bishop d3 is a prophylactic move, because now f6 is not great. I can attack the e6 pawn, and if black recaptures with the pawn, there might be some knight h4 ideas. Maybe I would start with rook e1, but this is another idea somewhere here, and black's king is exposed here. So bishop e7 came. Now I played a5 because I wanted to play c4 later without allowing black's knight to occupy d5. So a5, basically my idea was that after c5 I would play c4, and it looks dangerous for black because he is underdeveloped. And actually even with these moves, bishop e7, a5, it still looks dangerous for black, because I can sometimes even attack, oh sorry, this is the wrong line.
Maybe castle instead of taking on d4.
Yes.
No, here c5, and now you took. No, you took dc4, I think. Bishop. Let's say castle now.
Yes, but I can play rook c1 anyway. I calculated. Yes, I calculated c takes d4, bishop takes e6, and queen d8, which looks sensible because if white takes, there will be knight takes e5.
Oh.
But I planned to play something like bishop d5. I don't know if I would have gone for it. I needed to calculate it, and black played something else, but there were ideas like this, and somehow it looked good for white. I think there is bishop a5 somewhere. It seems to work, I would say.
For white?
Yes,
yeah.
For white. I don't know how much, but it looked promising. So black castled. Now he is threatening f6. He takes f6, rook takes f6, for example. So I played c4. It is partially a prophylactic move because I'm preventing c5, or sort of preventing. Also, if black exchanges, he will no longer have f6. And also it's important that f6 doesn't work now because I can play, I think, queen c2 at some point. I don't know, maybe I can start with taking on d5 and play queen b1 if needed to.
But why not queen c2? You just mentioned now queen c2.
Yes, queen c2, c takes.
Queen
yes,
c.
yes,
Or you take a g6.
right. And h6 is hanging. Yes,
Yeah.
rook f7. It's not the end, but it's very good for white probably. Yes, so that's it. This is all right. Rook c8. I was slightly surprised, but black has a solid position, no big problems. I was optimistic about my position, but maybe a bit too much, I don't know. Now I realized that black was going to play c5 soon, and that I needed to do something. So I played h4. Eduardo Iturrizaga was also down to 17 minutes at this point, or something like this, whereas I still had an hour.
13 minutes you could see on the I don't know if you see
okay, so
the
maybe
clock.
on the next move it was 17. Yes, 13 minutes. You are right.
Yeah.
Yes. I still had enough time because I had prepared for this line and it worked out. I mean, not for this particular with bishop h7, but for these lines of Caro-Kann with knight d7, knight e7. So I thought I should do something before black plays c5, rook d8, because e5 would become weak then, so I decided to sacrifice a pawn. I was surprised that black did not spend much time on calculating what happens if he takes, but he was right, because it's dangerous, and white has a very nice positional compensation here. Rook d8 allows bishop e7, although there is e5 hanging sometimes, but maybe not now. Okay, this was my idea. Knight takes e5 doesn't work, and otherwise I am an exchange up for a pawn and my pieces are active. So rook e8, and now I go here, and knight c5 was my idea. If black withdraws the knight, I will have queen b3 attacking b7, and I will regain the pawn with advantage. And if black exchanges, we are playing, but black's queen is not well placed, and I will play queen b3 next, and probably rook d1. Sometimes there might even be some ideas with rook c3 and kingside attack, but probably not here, in other variations. And when speaking about other variations, here I can probably play queen g4, and I was considering whether I should take and go for some attack, maybe g4, maybe not. I have some rook c3 ideas, or whether I should play f4 and try to push f5, but if this would require a precise calculation, because it can easily go wrong.
Yeah, David,
Yes.
you are known as a tactical and sharp player. It's not easy to take a pawn against you, you know, and
Yes.
be under attack. So I understand, Eduardo.
Okay, I have recently become more boring player, but I mean, this particular draw in Berlin I made several times, but only with black, because when I'm playing e4, e5, I want to play solidly and like this, but with white I'm trying to get more play. Sometimes it's also a draw, but not such a quick one, and sometimes I get sharper position but lose. Okay, but it's life.
I think Sandra can agree that you have this image of a very sharp and entertaining player, so
Yes.
don't worry
I
for that. Yeah.
deservedly received that image. Just recently I became playing more solidly, but okay. h4, d8, h5, and I was quite optimistic. I even considered playing g3, but when I played h4 I want to continue with h5. Here I played queen e2, which is maybe not the best move. I saw that b5 was an option here, but I did not know what to do against c5, because if I play something like rook e1, maybe even then c5 is an option, or also b5 here, but I was not so sure about positions like this, because quite some pieces are misplaced, and it can become very good for white or very bad depending on what happens with the bishop on d5.
Yeah, knight on b3, it's a bit
Yes.
clumsy place, but yeah.
And I disliked bishop f4, I disliked bishop b4 here, because first black might eye the a5 pawn, or sometimes, and next knight f6 becomes an idea after bishop b4, because my bishop can be hanging on f4
X-rayed,
sometimes.
yeah.
So I played queen e2 and expected b5 and wanted to exchange, and now maybe I would have played bishop a6 and bishop d3, which is not very ambitious, but there are always some problems with b5, perhaps even here, and my bishop would be in danger. And the problem with immediate bishop d3 is that black takes on e5 and I'm a pawn down. So the idea was that I exchange the bishops, then I will centralize my queen. I mean, queen b5 is also an attractive option, but queen e4 is another one sometimes, and maybe queen g4, maybe I will keep the queen here, unless black plays queen a8. So there were some ideas. I was not especially optimistic. I considered my position maybe very slightly better, maybe even not, but black played bishop f5 and offered me a draw, which surprised me, but I realized it was quite an unpleasant move for white. I saw it, but somehow did not believe it could be good, but it was. Actually, I should say that Eduardo was probably a bit ill during the game, because he had a cold, perhaps. I don't know, basically many people had a cold here, and I even started with a cold the tournament, so I apologize if someone caught it from me. I don't know, but
You are healthy now, right?
yes, I am healthy from
Good.
about round 5 when I lost, but I was already healthy then. So bishop f5.
The idea is knight h7 at some stage, maybe, or not.
Bishop g4 is a problem.
Bishop main idea. Okay.
Yes, main idea is bishop g4 here, and it's not so easy to parry. I originally thought that okay, bishop d3 is a problem because of knight takes e5, but it took me even some time to realize that there was no mate on h7. I mean, I should see it, but recently I tend to miss such things more often than before. But okay, bishop d3 doesn't work anyway, but I somehow realized that it was a bit of a problem. I was deciding then between knight e1 and knight h2, but the problem with knight e1 is that my e5 pawn might become quite weak after c5 sometimes. And I would like to say one more thing, that originally I believed that c5 was the idea, but c5 here is not great because black no longer can no longer play b5, and I just protect my center pawns somehow, maybe with bishop f4, and I should be better because black does not have so many moves here. So after bishop f5 I played knight h2, and now c5 came under better conditions, yet I protected my pawn, and black at least doesn't have those b5 ideas. I also considered other moves like rook e1 or even f4, but f4 here is not great, and not even with knight on e1. I mean, here it exposes my king, and with rook e1 basically there were some traps, but I was not even sure who would get trapped here, because this looked great until I found bishop f6, and maybe it still works somehow, but I mean, I was not even willing to calculate this, didn't like it, and black also has other moves, so I created some little traps. Sorry, I'm healthy but still coughing at that.
No worries,
It's fine.
So, first little trap was that if black would play this, I can just take, and if black had enough time for knight e6, he would be probably more or less fine.
e6
But
means bishop f7.
bishop takes f7, and I'm a healthy pawn up because there's e6 winning the queen. So it was the first little trap. Actually, pardon. Bishop g5 was another little trap. I was sitting at the board at this point because I walk a lot when I don't have so much to calculate, because the opponent has plenty of options, or it's still the opening, or I want to preserve more energy for a subsequent play. But here black was down on time, so I understood that it made sense to sit at the board, and I had foreseen this trap with bishop g5. Black can play something else, but probably white is just very slightly better, but I have more space, and it's not so easy to come up with active ideas for black. I don't know, maybe I would...
Knight g4 and sacrifice?
Yes, it was my idea to play this sooner or later. I was just wondering whether d4 is protected well enough, whether there are not some ideas like, I don't know, knight b6 or whatever. This one doesn't work, but okay. So bishop g5 looks attractive but doesn't work. Another minor trap is knight h7 g4. So bishop g5 I took, and now I played it very quickly because I had calculated this line in advance, and I believed that it was good for white, and I also set another trap.
And he was really long time at this moment.
So the trap is that if black takes on e5, which looks great, there's queen takes e5 and bishop takes e6.
Ah, bishop e6.
And I have this intermediate check, and for example after rook e4 I have rook c8, and it's finished. So knight c5, I actually expected rook c5 and was not so sure if it's like so good for white or not. I calculated something like this. At least I saw that I was not going to lose the g4 pawn. I saw some reasonable looking move here, but now I don't remember which move, but at least I'm not losing anything, and rook d2 can be a move, and then knight b3 for example, if there is nothing better. So this is probably what I would have played with black. So knight c5 happened. Now I almost miscalculated. I thought I would catch the knight here, but then I realized that again black can recapture with the knight, because with the king it's impossible for more than one reason, but with the knight it's pretty much alright, so I decided to play a quiet move, improving my position, rook fd1. The g5 pawn is still under attack, and while I spent time here, I concluded that after bishop e4, if black recaptures the pawn on e5, he will probably lose a piece. And even if not, that it's so hard to find a reasonable move here that he would not find any with less than 1 minute left. Actually, there is no move anymore because I'm threatening f4, sometimes maybe even knight f3, who knows, and after f5 I can even take it like this, threatening knight e7 check, and black cannot recapture on f5 in any way. After knight d3 I can take like this. So basically it's lost already. I mean, here instead of bishop e4, black has other moves, but it's bad anyway. For example, here I have this bishop d3, and I mean, I'm wondering if f5 is completely bad, but it's no good. I mean, with the pawn on b4 it was even better for white in some lines, because there was queen a2 check after f5, g takes f5, e takes f5, bishop, no, but it was a different position, different line. Okay, so sorry. Yes, black could try something like bishop d3 maybe, but it's bad anyway. I did not really consider it much, but I think I saw the move, but did not trust it. And I mean, white can simply take and play bishop b1 if nothing else, and probably there is something else. So
he blundered. Okay, he
yes,
played f6 and f4.
Yes, here I spent 2 minutes because I knew that the opponent had blundered, and there was no more reason to play quickly. And also in round 7 I was playing against Mile Boyer, I mean, after the opening I was worse, then I was close to winning, and I thought I had 2 ways to a victory. I spent like some 16 minutes on choosing one of them, and I was continuing quickly, then being sure that I'm going to mate him in several moves, and I missed one hidden move, and suddenly I could see no mate, no advantage, nothing. So here I decided to spend some time to decide whether I should play f4 indeed, which was my original intention, or whether I can also take on e6 at some line and like this, but f4 is just winning.
David, thanks for this exceptional analysis. I think if we could publish this in some magazine or something, it will take like 5-6 pages. I just want to add a few things regarding the game versus my mouse went idle. Regarding Paparazzi. So since you are a player who likes to play, okay, sort of faster maybe than others, you are not so often in time trouble. How was to play against the player who is just making the moves instantly? It was this opposite card endgame, but you managed to convert it. Yeah. Was that unpleasant a bit because you're always under some
yes,
time pressure?
It was difficult, but I mean, it was already easier because it was the second time, and my position was basically risk-free. So basically I went for the game against Giga Kuparadze, and I expected it to finish in a draw, but basically wanted to play and see what happens. And actually I'm not playing so quickly nowadays, and I have also slowed down during the pandemic a lot, because I had to break like 8.5 months because there were no over-the-board tournaments in the Czech Republic, and there were online events. I played some, but somehow it's completely different to play online blitz and play over-the-board classical game. So my time management got...
Yeah, just want to add here, yes, that you had like 70 minutes, he was 1 hour 33. You needed to sit all the time, not chance to go to the toilet or something?
I went earlier, actually. I would feel a little bit more comfortable if I went one more time, but I was ready to stay there sitting for 2 more hours if needed. So it was fine.
And you converted in the end, and just want to...
Yes.
To add the game regarding, you want to add something regarding that game?
Yes, actually I already played against Giga Kuparadze 2 years ago, also with black, and it was in round 6, and at some point he had like, I think, 1 hour 50 minutes left. I had just 1 minute or half minute like this, and I was also winning at some point because he plays well. He's very fast, but sometimes makes inaccurate moves when playing so quickly. And he made a few inaccuracies and his position became lost at some point, but I needed to find some accurate sequence then, and I failed because I was already down on time. And here I mean my conversion was not super smooth, but at least it was a position where I could not lose. I could only lose on time or blundering some mate in one on h3, h2 with my king on h3 and pawn on g4, for example. And I could just keep trying to play on, so I kept trying some ideas. Basically, I can also play rapid chess well. I mean, it's not pleasant to be in time trouble for so long, but it's tolerable. Actually, recently in Czech Extra League I had a terrible game. I mean, it was so tiring because I spent like 87 moves or maybe even 88 moves in time trouble from 120 moves.
Just to mention that Giga has now a big group of fans because everyone likes how he plays super fast. So everyone is saying Giga is now 1 hour and 30 minutes ahead on clock. So it's interesting, but as we know that sometimes it's not easy to play accurately. And I want to ask one more question regarding there was your game versus I think it was versus Bernatsky. How, David, you come up in that kind of positions? For example, this. I was so shocked.
It was a crazy game and I missed many things and I was actually lucky not to have lost it. Maybe at some point even Black was a bit lucky. I'm sorry for this. I'm already healthy but still have these problems with coughing sometimes, and when I'm trying to overcome it I start
take it easy. Everything is good. Everything is good.
Okay. Tears appear in my right eye when I am trying to suppress it, so I wanted to play something sharp. Although he is a good tactical player.
He's underrated, I think.
He's very much underrated. He was like 2,600 and above 2,600 a year ago, but he played a lot and played against many young Asian players who are underrated. So now they're a bit less underrated and I am a bit less overrated. So I did not expect this particular sub-variation with bishop g4, but I was ready for something similar, so king h1, knight d8, and I was at some point quite optimistic. It looked great.
Our Stefan is bringing you a coffee if you want. Is
you
it
can
a coffee?
take coffee, we have time, you don't have to hurry.
If you want some water, thanks Stefana for that.
I actually saw some ideas like if black plays f6 here I can sacrifice probably, and I don't know if it works because there's some tricks with bishop e8 or queen f3 is winning here. So this was my idea and maybe it works it should work somehow, queen g6, but it looked very promising here. I was ready to sacrifice sacrifice a piece if needed, and now either e takes or queen takes. Both looked promising, so I would spend some time deciding, and somehow I misplayed it now. First I missed bishop e6, and Vitaly was right that after something like a4 white is still slightly better here, but I played knight d2 missing bishop g4.
Yeah, he's very tricky, tactical.
Yes, it's no tragedy, I could have gone back, but somehow it looked dubious to go back, lose the tempo, and I was afraid that black could exploit it somehow. So I played queen e1 and quickly got into a bad position here.
Yeah, this looks really scary, huh?
Yes, I miscalculated somewhere, missed this rook d3 or rather rook e3 in some line. So basically I considered queen f1, but it was probably still the best option, and rook f3 now, but my original intention did not work because of this when black is just an exchange up. So rook f3 came. I understood it was not good, but I thought I would probably lose, end up on +1 without realistic chances to qualify, so I was not super happy, but I decided to defend how I could. Okay, king h2 is maybe a move which you would expect from a player with a classical education, but I could not see any refutation of king takes h3, so I took the pawn. Actually, it's pretty bad for white. There is some queen g5 somewhere, and this queen g5 here is not so convincing. It was better to start with it.
I think he was already playing this knight h5 or something at this point somewhere, knight h5, that he will go with that trick.
Yes, I saw that trick in some lines and missed it in others. So now I thought I was losing, but I found a nice trap. Actually, computer here gives rook f1, rook e1, which is incredible. I find it extremely hard to believe that this holds. Probably it does. Okay, I played rook e1, tried to look a bit sad, which was not too difficult in this position, and there was a trap that if black goes for this, which seems to be winning, there is this Prokes trick named after Czech study composer, rook e8, and I take on f4. I mean, Mr. Prokes had this with endgames with a rook against 2 pawns, like f2 g2 with king on f2 e2 with king on g2 and rook d8, rook d1 d8 check, for example, but here it also works nicely. Actually, black is much better after queen h6 here, but don't ask me why.
We won't.
So e3, and now I considered bishop f7 or even bishop e6, but I somehow wanted to fortify f3, so I played bishop d1, threatening queen h2.
How tough was David to play with this knight on a5? Because it's really out of the game and you want to do something.
I think the knight on a5 is not the biggest problem. The g3 square, the dark squares are a big problem, the big problem. So I could bring the knight back. Here I was already not so disappointed about my position. I'm threatening queen h2, so bishop b8, knight b3. I decided to give back the pawn. Now I looked happy. I considered bishop b3, which maybe was more accurate. I played bishop c2, hoping to install my bishop on e4, and now rook g8 came, and I realized that even after queen h2 there would be knight h5. I thought I would play bishop e4, but then I realized that the knight could also go to g3 sometimes, and that my queen would not be very active. So I spent a lot of time. I mean, one important advantage of white pieces is that white is the first one who can stop after time trouble and start thinking, because there are some positions where both sides made plenty of mistakes in time trouble, and white's advantage is not only that there is the first move, but also that white is the first one who can stop and think after the time trouble passes. So I played...
Choose the direction.
Yes, queen g1 is the only move, and I would not have decided for it if I had to make a move in 5 minutes, probably. I mean, it was one of the moves which I considered, but not the only one by far. But the others failed terribly. So queen g1, queen f4. Rook takes e3, and now it suddenly looked very good. I believed to have a serious advantage, which is true, but I did not calculate everything as I should. So bishop d3 is the best move here, and I disliked knight e8 because I really did not want to see the knight on g5 nor on f4. So I saw that I could play f6 here. I even saw the following variation if black plays something like this, hoping to take on f4 with the knight. There's rook e4, and this endgame is winning because the passed pawns are too strong for black's knight. So this I saw, but I was not so sure about knight d6, and perhaps I also saw g5, king b8, and did not know what to think about the position. Computer says it's more or less winning for white here. Queen e5 is coming. It's similar to the game where black's knight was probably still on e8, my pawn was on g4, but I mean, it's not so easy to say whether it's better to have a pawn on g6. It's more advanced, but also the king is weaker, and even white's pawns could be weaker in some lines, but here it somehow works for white, and in the game it did not. So I played f6 to give back the pawn and activate my queen now. And all looked great because I'm attacking black's king. I mean, not now, but black's knight should stay on g7 for the time being because of bishop f5. and I'm threatening queen e5 with the queen exchange for in some lines, or I at least centralize my queen, and the endgames are winning for me. Computer says that queen a1 works here somehow, but it looked highly dubious. I don't know why I did not consider it seriously. Maybe something like rook e7, queen f1, queen g2 looked convincing to me, but somehow it's not. I don't know. Rook d5 was the move which I considered. Bishop b3, and I considered bishop rook e5, which is obviously not great. I even considered knight e6 here. I can take then, and probably take immediately on d5, and I have an advantageous queen endgame. I thought it was close to winning. Maybe it's just better, but clearly
Why are you taking immediately? Why not, I don't know, queen f2 or
queen
something?
f4 is also an option. I'm just afraid of some mate, of some tactics, but okay, queen f4, queen d6 could be an option if black survives the endgame. I don't know if he comes with king
better
in time. I mean, bishop takes d5 rules out some of black's options at least, but maybe, okay, I don't know, queen e1 can, okay.
No, but takes on d5, yeah,
yes,
takes.
d4, g6, yes, probably. Okay, so I saw this knight h5 idea coming in various lines, but not here. It was a shocker, and at some point I thought that I was losing again. And then I spent some, I saw that I could give up a queen and play with king, rook, bishop against queen, and perhaps black would even have an extra pawn. And it did not look great at all. And then I realized that there was some line where I give away an exchange and I'm winning. So I thought I was losing. Then I thought I was winning. And actually it's a draw, so it was quite funny. So I took. It takes some time to realize that this is possible, because after king takes h4, which was the reserve option, the second best, but still completely losing, this is just lost. I'm losing the b4 pawn. So king g2, and black cannot take. He cannot take here because my h pawn is too quick and his king is too far. I will bring my rook to h4 if needed, or I can also start with h6, h7. And if black takes the rook, takes the exchange, my pawn is queening. If black takes the exchange in another way, my pawn is still queening. Okay, for example, king g2, h6, I don't know, h3, and rook e1, for example, h7. So this is winning. So I believed that I was winning, but Vitaly found this strong idea, queen d3, which I saw, and queen b1, which I missed, and I cannot withdraw.
Yeah, you're losing the queen.
This.
What a game!
Yes, it was an incredible game, and I was probably more lucky than the opponent because I probably missed more things, but it was quite an interesting game.
Yeah. You have some super interesting draw with the black pieces, what to do. Tomorrow I guess you will be white, David, so yeah, good luck in your two last...
I wanted to ask you something, not to ask you, but
yes.
You played in Petrots and you had same number, like 4.5 out of 9, and then I think in 10th round you lost a game against Darda as white. So now you have 4.5 out of 9, and I wish you luck tomorrow, and I hope...
More points?
6.5
you said,
what
sorry.
I'm saying,
4.5
sorry,
you
sorry, 6.5, yeah.
Thank
But
you.
it was interesting, yeah, so we wish you luck, and yeah, thank you for being our guest.
Thank you very much, but basically now I'm in a much better situation, because
Yes.
back then I started poorly. I did not even play it so badly, but my opponents also played well, and even when I got on +4 after round 9, I was not in top 20 back then. I was like 22nd. So I understood that even after winning 3 games in a row, I still needed to score 1.5 out of 2. And so I played for a win at any cost in the penultimate round, and it backfired. Daniel Darda played a great tournament and won the game against me deservedly. and I did not qualify. But now the situation is different, so I mean there is not so much pressure, because if I score 1 point out of 2, I will probably qualify. It doesn't mean that I would like to make a quick draw with white, no, but I mean now I am in a much better situation, and I can play according to the position. And
very good,
Yeah.
David. Yeah, good luck with your last 2 rounds.
Thank you.
If it will be super positive in the end, of course, you are always more than welcome to join us once again. So, thank you for coming.
you are welcome.
good
Have
luck.
a good day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's go to the playing call. We have a draw.
We have a result.
Yes, draw on the first board. Let's see the camera. There is no player sitting with the black and with the white pieces. Just let me just show you what just happened. After a5, g3 was played, then d6, and yeah, they wanted to finish the game because qualifying is very close. You need to have +4, so that usually means that you need to have 7.5 points.
Well,
Yeah, depends.
More.
7.5 or 8 depends, and they will now already be
Mm-hmm.
on 7.5. So the situation is quite good. I played this line with Lagarde here after castle. Queen c1, e5 was something. I won that game in Metz, but Lagarde was not 26 player at that time. He was 25, 50. Let's just go to the board number 2. Since there we have Jobava style mess, typical game. White is better, but as I mentioned, his style says, okay, you will have an advantage, I will give you the advantage. That was actually the way how Aleksandar Morozovich was playing, but then I will try to counter attack, and you will have a hard time to avoid a risky position. Then we can switch to Jordan Faforest versus Ariantari. This is typical, let's go to the camera to board number 3. This is typical MVL, so Wesley style position, where suddenly position looks very solid, and then in 2 moves white manages to play d4 at the right moment and is better. We can go full screen to check how Tari is doing. Yeah, I was also thinking about that David was only on 4.5 points, but this
No,
happens.
I'm
Sandra, yeah, this is typical guy.
no,
Don't
he
take it
gave
hard.
us so many informations, and I was enjoying it. In his analysis of basically 3 games. So at the end, I didn't know that I said I was like
50%. I was a bit shocked, but I said that I was expecting, because you really very rarely make a mistake in terms
yeah, I
of
don't know what's
info.
with me. Maybe
so
I wasn't here for 2 days, and then
Yes.
today it's just different. Yeah.
don't take it too hard. Everything was fine.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
because of David. He was looking at me and like, what is she talking?
And I was trying to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but I was not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it was 6.5, and I remember, and I saw. I mean, but and that's why I said same number of points after 9 rounds. But okay.
Okay, as I said, that happens. It's quite normal. People like to see David Navara. He was, we can check, but he was 27-30 or a little bit more.
Oh, we will check. Let's see. Just a second.
Yeah, I think
What did you say?
27-30, maybe even more.
27.51.
Oh, even more. I was thinking 27-40 maybe.
2015. Yeah, in May 2015.
Yeah, so let's check with the camera board number 4. There we have Maxime Lagarde. No, that was drawn, sorry. Board number 5 was drawn. Is that a surprise that Jagizar Dogmus has made a draw? I saw Mamedjarov in the hotel today.
Yeah, it's
So that was a
surprising
quick draw, Berlin.
to
So
see.
maybe first goal is just to qualify, and he thinks that he needs 1 point, maybe even less. So with one of two, for sure you will qualify. So let's go to board number 6, Svane versus Abbasov. Just to remind you that Nihat Abbasov, he made it to the semi-final of the World Cup. It was in Azerbaijan, in Baku.
Yes.
And I think he was knocked out by Magnus or Caruana. Can you check, please? And then he played, or was it Nakamura? And then he played a match for the 3rd place, and basically with this semi-final he made it to the candidates tournament. Very tough tournament for him, but I'm quite curious about his route in that World Cup, last World Cup in Baku. So what was his path? I think that Sandra will provide the info while we are waiting.
I will check this and...
So he's thinking. Swan is very entertaining player. Yeah, we will find the way. I'm so curious how it went. So it was 2023. Yeah, and took place in the. So in the final was Pragnananda versus Carlsen. For the 3rd place was Abbasov versus Caruana, and he lost against Caruana, but he won a first game with the white pieces, then lost with the black pieces, and then in tiebreak he was lost. He lost a tiebreak. Regarding semi-final, he was knocked out by Magnus. Yes, that's I remember. He won against Vidit in quarter-final. Then the round before versus Salem. Round 4 versus Svidler. Svidler was always very successful in those KOs. Knocking out Giri Abbasov, round number 3, very important and very strong result. So it was very, very successful tournament. And Fressinet, actually yesterday I was following football, and Croatia lost in the quarterfinal versus France at Stade de France. 2-0 it was in Split in Croatia, and then 2-0 was in France, and then additional time without goals, and then penalties. After 5 penalties equal, and I think 7th penalty was missed. 7th penalty was missed by Croat and Arstanisic from Bayern, and we lost. And then immediately I got this tweet from Fressinet, that I was bringing a bad luck, because after first game I asked him how is the situation. So okay, congratulations to France, what to say, but I said we see us at the World Cup in US next year, so we will see.
Then you will make some tweets, yes?
I don't know, of course they were like finalists, and Croatia was the bronze medalist in the last World Cup in Qatar. They are of course super strong with Mbappe, but I still think that we can beat them. But anyway, kudos to them. I don't know, Fres has played in Bundesliga, Magnus also, in St. Pauli. I was there actually rooting for Croatia in the last European Football Championship, Croatia versus Albania. It was 2-2. Actually, so I went to the stadium where they play those matches, St. Pauli. But this match, Croatia versus Hamburg, was a different one. So now, Magnus is playing for that club, and yesterday, this Bundesliga weekend, has finished. So I don't know how our chicken club member representative has played there. I think he was playing versus MVL. So if you could help me, I know that there are some viewers in chat who follow Bundesliga closely, so if you have this info, share with us. Do we have a poll, maybe?
We will have, I don't see yet. Maybe I'm missing this, but no. Still we don't have poll.
Yeah, I don't believe that you're missing this. But
I believe after a number of points which I said, I believe everything can happen today, and I will probably miss something else today, but we will see. So let's check comments if there is something regards. Yeah, okay.
yeah, I will move to the game. So here it seems to me that Frederick is a little bit better, but nothing tangible. So let's see how Gumularts is doing versus Martirosyan. Of course, yesterday he got very lucky, so today he's trying to bring his luck. Yeah, even in a better way. So let's see what's going on. It was English opening, and then let's get the board back, and then this Tufi and Shadow. Okay, we can have a regular view, no need to have a board above them. So it was a normal way to play. Now white can take, but then Hike will take on d5 with the knight. So let's see how Alvaro Alonso is playing versus Šarić. Usually he's burning a lot of time, so he's playing versus this Fianchetto Greenfeld, Queen b3. Now you have many moves, and Šarić is playing this a5. That was for the first time it was played by Svidler. I was playing this line with white. Kramnik was playing then before Karpov. And then the point is that there is this a4 move after you take. And for example, after knight c3, it's also possible to play a4, because when you take dc, and this is a fork, so cd, this is the way how usually they are playing this line, and this is everything is heavily analyzed, and now it's Ivan's turn to think. There are some players, just to mention, there are some players who are playing King's Indian. Actually, that was my case. And then they're ready to play King's Indian, but against Greenfeld, for example, Kožul is playing all the time with c6, d5. They're ready to play Greenfeld. So they were playing King's Indian only against the Fianchetto. They're going for Greenfeld, because you really need to remember a lot. Stamatis, let's go to that board number 9. He's burning a lot of time. Donchenko seems to be super well prepared. Oh, he played this sideline. Oh, I was actually playing this in Blitz, and it's a really yeah, I would say dubious line, to be a little bit actually neutral and politically fair, and it's a really like a bad line. It was played by Berkes, and actually I wanted to play this versus Zoltan Almashi. He was 2700 when we played in the Hungarian league. I was playing board number 1. It was maybe 5 years ago, and I wanted to surprise him with this e5. Zoltan Almashi knows all the theory. So I would say like 7 years ago, if I would need to name few players who are like top level in the openings, Zoltan would be top 5 for sure. Even he's not 2750 player or more. For example, Markus Rager. There were like some players who just knew all the openings. So I wanted to surprise him with this line, which is really a crap. But then he played c4, and I was better, and then I made a draw. But I wanted to play this. That's why I saw it from some games, and you need to know what to do, because if you are surprised, then you're getting... The point is, for example, you have Najdorf, and after a6 I can play some bishop e3, e5. This is the way, but here with playing e5, and if you move the knight, black won't go a6, he will go maybe a4 but a5 later, so he doesn't need to play a6. And if you go knight f5, he can take on e4. This is how I'm playing in blitz. Takes knight e4, or for example, he can knight g7 is the main move, and then knight e4. This is how I'm playing in blitz. So bishop b5 is the main move. Now knight d7, the main line. Knight f5, a6. There is a line bishop d7, queen d7, and I was ready to play it. My engines were, for example, it was funny during my career, there were no clouds or something, so you needed to analyze yourself. Sandra, I will put some position and I will go out with my friends, and then, or for example, I would put at some stage it was popular to put a position and a pro level, let's say 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and you give that position for computers. You put them like half an hour or 25 minutes and they play computer games, and then you can check it later, and then you like get 20 games and you see what computers are playing at the beginning, what they are choosing later, and you're getting some feed. And it was funny, I would put my laptop on, I will leave, and I was living with my parents, let's say 15 years ago, and then I will go out to some bar or some birthday party, and then my father would check it. He's like, I don't know, 900 rated player, and then he would watch the games. So he will come to my room and then he will watch the games of computers in the midnight or something like this. Then I come in the morning, I open the database, and then I'm checking. So that I was analyzing this line, and after knight e4, knight g7, bishop g7, knight e4, castles, queen d6, f6, bishop, queen g4 is also possible, but this is dubious, but it's possible to play it. So f6 is the main move, and now of course it's possible to take queen d7, but there is bishop e3. I'm trying to recall how it goes. Queen g4, knight c5, I think, rook f7, something like this. I was analyzing this a lot, and there is also some endgames, as I mentioned. After f6, he can take on d7, bishop d7, and return the bishop. So
basically it's not a good choice for black.
No, it's a good choice if it's white is better. But at that
if white plays very precise, yes. But
at that time I didn't have so many like options of clouds, engines, and so on. Basically, I was doing myself some researches, and since I was a rouser, it's important in chess that you're learning, getting some advantage of knowing different stuff. If you know martial attack, in martial attack, black is sometimes playing with two bishops with the being pawn down. In rouser Sicilian, Ceparino was playing a few rounds ago, and he won the game with two bishops being a pawn down. So if you used to play with two bishops versus a knight and a bishop and a pawn, you know how to play it, so you are sort of calm, you believe in that. So I was trying, okay, I'm playing versus Almashi, he's 2700, okay, we will play this position. So I'm now curious what was played here. Knight e3 is possible to play, but so he wants to keep the pieces. But then I wouldn't be so unhappy, because I think that black has some normal game or a little bit upgraded Kalashnikov or La Bourdonnais. So I'm not afraid of this line. So white might be slightly better, but I would play it myself. So I don't see it's a big deal. Yep. Do you like how our dear David Vajda comes suddenly and takes photos?
Yes.
Yeah, I loved how he took photo of
photos
David.
And how he's doing his job, like the best photograph.
Yeah, David Navara and David Vajda. So David was here, and somehow I think that Navara maybe even didn't notice him. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's
probably
very nice.
He was very focused on this analysis. In meantime, we got our pool of questions, like what is your favorite part of ECU TV stream? Openings.
Commentators, no? No,
sorry?
I'm joking. I said commentators.
I didn't get it. I'm sorry. Yeah. So we have openings, middle games, time troubles, end games. No commentators.
Pity. So my option,
maybe tomorrow.
So just to clarify a bit, so the point is openings, let's say when we are touching the openings like I did now, so here you can get some tip, some info, So I believe that some of you are orientated for this part of the game. Middle games, something that are tough choices, psychologically can also be an issue for some player, where to go, how to create a game, what to avoid, what to calculate. So I believe that's the point of middle game option.
Time trouble.
Time trouble, yeah.
This will be favorite of most.
Yeah,
of,
you put our broadcast, you're doing something, but when it's time trouble, you are super focused, you're checking the cameras, the clock is ticking, 5 seconds. If you could recall, Frederick Swane did the move on last second, then there was a game at the first round with Deak and many others. Then endgames, yesterday I explained this rook and a bishop versus rook, a mechanism how to win. So maybe you can learn something out of that, not many pieces, it's much calmer, you can think yourself and you can learn something. So that's why we were offering those options.
So far we have some votes, but later we will check again and we will relieve what's happening there. Jobava is first place while he's playing on board 2.
Yeah, Jobava is first place, just to explain, it depends
against
of the rating. So if you are like first seed, then in that group, rated seed, so the standing seeds connected with the, if we can get the standings graphics, we will explain you a bit. So let's show you. So here, Jobava is leading the field because of the first criteria, which is direct encounters, but since it's a big group, so let's say that Jobava and Ufa, they only have 7 points, then the direct encounter who won it is the leader. In a big group of 5 people, there won't be a chance that everyone have played between each other. Then we have the second criteria, which is Buchholz. That means how many points were collected by your opponents. Why this is important? So let's say that in round number 2, you played against 2300 rated player or 24, whatever, and the guy who is sharing place with you was playing against similar one, but your player was much successful in this event. He collected many points, so that means that he's in a better shape, that his rating might be underrated, and that you had tougher choice to play it. So
nice explanation, thank you.
Really?
Yes, really.
Thanks a lot, Sandra.
Very nice.
So this is the point how we are explaining the situation, while the pairings, let's get the pairings graphics. Let's go there. In pairings, it's more important who have a higher rating. So Danil Ufa is 2654. So that means that he is the one who is searching for an opponent, and he has found, because of colors and everything, that his opponent system has found that should be Sargsyan Gabriel. Then the next one who is searching, who is having the highest rating in that group of 5 people, is Bluebaum. His rating is 2643, and he is searching for another player. And then this group ended with Tari, usually. Then it depends on color. Then we have a second group. In that group with 5.5 points, we have, it was 5 or 6, maybe 6 points. Then we have Fun Forest Jordan, who is the highest rated in that group, and he is searching for the opponent. So this is how the actually pairings are made. Sometimes it's tricky. You come to the playing hall, and you think that the guy leading is sitting on the first board, and maybe the guy who is playing on board number 5 is currently the one who, if he wins, he will be the first in the tournament. So this is tricky, but this is how the system works. Of course, our dear arbiter Sandra Djukic, who is sitting next to me, she's not just a successful commentator, she's also a very good international arbiter. She knows all those details by heart, but she wanted to give me a chance to explain it. And that's why her compliment that I did it well. It was not just a compliment, it was a test, and it seems to me that I just passed it.
You passed it. You can be satisfied with today's test.
You see, guys, first small test I accomplished, and now we can move on with the games. So let's see how our 2 super strong players. Maxim Rothstein versus Vasily Ivanchuk. Let's get the camera, board number 10, how they are doing. As I said, in their prime, Rothstein 27-20, Ivanchuk 27-90. So it's a bit strange to see them sitting on 2600, but that's life, and that's why we have rating. This is typical stuff. This Catalan, which actually transposed to some lines, it can be like Bogo Indian, Queen's Indian, and many others. So the point is, we close this closed Catalan, where black allows this e4, e5, and then maneuvers with the ac7. I was exchanging some thoughts with Ivanchuk many times, and it's funny, for example, there are some players who only check a recent theory. And Ivanchuk always, when we are discussing something, then he said, but Polugaevsky played this versus Geller somewhere. And so he's always combining some new games and old games. So for him, he knows all the classics. So this position is very interesting. Maxim is a very good player. Yesterday I gave a tip for this album 61. Maybe I said wrongly 69, but I think it was 61. So yeah, it was a very nice documentary movie, and Maxim has a role, actually not a great one. You would expect that he's having a role similar like the Queen's Gambit, that it was funny, he was somewhere around the tournament drinking cocktails like our dear Anna Taylor-Joy was doing in the Netflix series Queen's Gambit. No, in all those scenes, Maxim was sitting behind the screen, analyzing the games, and I think that Boris Gelfand says at some stage, guys, you need to work, take a look of Maxim. He's always sitting. I think that Boris was saying this to his friend, coach Huzman, who was their Grandmaster for Israel, then Elyanov and Tomaszewski, 27. Elyanov at his prime, I think Elyanov was 27-70. And Tomaszewski was 27-60. So he was saying to them, guys, go to work, check Maxim, and Maxim was sitting there, zero energy, looking like he needs a really cold shower, and he was, you can see on the screen, he was analyzing some games. Pavel,
27-65.
And
yes.
Tomaszewski, 27-59.
Let's see.
I'm curious to check. He was a Azeris woman team coach. And let's see how Zhenya Tomaszewski was doing in terms of rating.
27,
You know
58.
what I said?
No, I didn't hear
27.
you. Because I was typing.
Yeah, you see, guys,
No.
she actually
I
stopped
can look
listening
and
to
say,
me.
but yeah.
Yeah, get used to that. She's not listening at all. I said 27-59.
Wow. But okay, I know that you're very good with these predictions, and you're always, almost always,
No,
very,
come on.
very close.
No, I don't buy that.
So, you know,
No, I don't trust you now. Now you're just trying to level the things.
Okay, you're right.
See, once again. Let's check the next board, board number 11, Edis Gurel, how he is doing versus Gergely Kantor. And it seems to me that it's a very balanced game. Gergely is having a normal position. Then maybe it's a moment to go to board number 12. Let's find a game where we have a mess. Emre Can versus Nils Gardelius. Let's go to board number 14, since Nils is already very long time. Magnus Carlsen also team. Very interesting player. Also, we have a very interesting game in Hovhannisyan versus Sokolovsky. Yesterday was Robert's birthday, so here it's a mess. Anything else super interesting? Ponomarev is having a normal position.
Everything quite normal so far, yes? Bar is like everywhere on 50% of the board, which means
Yeah, I'm
that
just checking more the type of the positions than the bar. Some of them look really complicated. But I'm trying to find maybe the most sharpest one. If you see something.
Yes, I'm also checking, so I will give some suggestion as soon as I find something. Maybe Ponomariov against Paul will be very sharp because we have this French defense and we will have some attack. Not yet, but Ponomariov started with h4 and yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's stay with this game of Nils Grandelius. So let's check his position. Interesting game to follow is the one of Schubel. Usually he's playing an interesting stuff. But as I mentioned, maybe Nils Grandelius is something to take an eye on. So he will be under attack because h5, h4 is about to happen and he's really low on time. Maybe we can go full screen and now place our board just above them. Anything in chat, Sandra?
I will check. Fresinedro drew with MVL yesterday in the Bundesliga.
Thanks for that.
So we have this update. We
big
were talking.
result for Fresinedro.
Yeah.
Big result for Fresinedro. Probably MVL. He knows him well. Maybe Fres gave him some analysis, and then MVL was saying, feeling sorry for Fres. No, joking. Greetings to all of them. I like them a lot. Bacro, Fres, MVL, Mazet, they're all very cool. And French team at some European Championships or Olympiad, I like to hang on with them. Interesting players, interesting personalities, fantastic players, let's say. Not interesting, just fantastic players. They know how to have fun. They go watching darts championship, play table tennis, play tennis, some cards and so on. Yep. Anything you want to add, Sandra? How was your routine in this event? Usually.
Here?
Some walking. You said you like to walk.
Yes, but
you walk to the breakfast area, right, or the lunch area?
Usually I skip breakfast area.
Oh, professional
Yes.
chess player.
Because I like to sleep in the morning, and I didn't walk so much here because like we are whole day in a hotel, we have obligations, we are doing a lot of things, and then in the evening I'm with Lena, we are just watching some series and something like that, and tomorrow again same routine, going to the playing venue or preparing something there, and then day starts, and so it's very nice place. There is seaside, although these days we didn't have so nice weather outside, so I skipped part of walking by the sea, and I'm not so active here, so usually actually this tournament I'm mostly in hotel, circling here, but not so much outside. Nothing interesting in my routine here. I would talk more if there is something interesting, but I'm afraid I cannot say anything so interesting here. The best time is with Lena. I mean, except the time we are here in our studio, of course.
You see, guys, Somehow today I'm not Sandra's favorite, but to do. I will try to survive. Oh, joke aside, what do you expect, Sandra, from this game to happen? Some crazy mating attack, or Niels will be able to suppress opponents?
I would be very afraid here as with white pieces, but that's me, of course. For example, when I'm playing tournament or when I'm arbiter, I like in both ways to see a lot of games of people who are playing the same place. So here, if I would pass by, I would think that, of course, white will survive this attack. So for me, it looks very dangerous, but here we can see very strong chess players, and Niels is very strong, and I would expect that white survives this attack, and what will happen later, I don't know, but I don't think that he will be checkmated or something like that, although I don't like to see that he is on 36 minutes and they just played 12 moves. So even if he survives this attack, I'm not sure what will happen in time trouble. Yeah. I prefer black's position, if you
nice
ask me.
preparation from Emre Can's side. He can be quite happy how the game went.
Yeah. I guess you would also prefer to play this as black, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
So anything that we can maybe reply?
Well, I didn't see a lot of questions. I see comments, but
Okay, never mind. Let's maybe find an interesting game. Let's go back to board number 2. So we can also have a board there. Yep, it's typical Jobava's game. Looks scary, but his knight on b4, it's a big asset. Without that piece, I would say that black would have 0 chances. Yeah, white now needs to make a breakthrough, and usually, as I mentioned, so Matthias likes to be a player who develops the initiative in a slower pace, and then like a logical outcome of his good play, outplaying opponent, is that he gets a space advantage. Opponent is maybe long time, and then he makes a breakthrough, and yeah, just create some attacking possibilities. While here, in this case, when Jobava offers him already a big advantage, spatial advantage, and it's not clear where to start. Maybe it would be, this is maybe a tougher choice for Matthias than that there is only one way to get a deadly attack. So here there are several ways, but all those ways have they have pros and cons. They have something behind which you don't want to do. If you push g pawn, your king is weak.
Yes.
If you just double, okay, you double, but what next? If you push d5, black is ready for that. If you push e5, you are surrendering the d5 square. If you push f5, then maybe e5. Of course, white is better, but you might get annoyed that your opponent is waiting for you.
Exactly. I had this type of positions, for example, as white. Then I was spending so much time because, as you said, whatever you play, you don't like something. So problem is also that you're spending some time trying to see in which moment you should go through center, for example, with e5, d5, either f5, and then later when you need time, you don't have it for realization or for some tactics which will happen in center. So yeah, it's pleasant position for white, but not so easy to continue as it looks like. And as you mentioned, that Djubava is this kind of player which get used to play these kind of passive positions, but he's very experienced, he's good in tactics, and
yeah, it's very, very interesting because you cannot learn these kind of positions out of the books, because in books they will conclude and then they will say and white is much better. So for example in some analysis, and for example if you check some games of good players, strong players, and they win, for example, I don't know, Kasparov here with white, he will try to explain you why he wins, that you get some pattern but you won't be able to grasp it. He will say, and now I push f5 because f5 was a very good option, and then you try to do the same some next time, and actually it is not working because the position is not exactly the same. So here you need to have like a big practical experience, that you play this kind of position in blitz, then you know that you can go for it, that g4, you need to also know the exact evaluation of engines in those positions to have confidence to go all in, because your pieces are sort of maximum in terms of development, so you cannot overdevelop them. So now it's a moment that you push something. I think g4 is the main move, but yeah, because engine will give you a plus saying you should go queen f2, then king h2, then rook. Basically engine is saying that white is better because white has a space advantage. But if you ask our engine chat GTP chess player how to win this, he would say you need to make a breakthrough. Really? Bravo, I didn't know this. And how? Not clear. Very interesting position to play, and when you give this position, I think this is a sign of talent. You give this position to 10 different type of players. 3 of them know how to do it and when. 4 are sort of close but still not precise, and 2 completely misplayed. Maybe I would be last 2. Somehow I would knew that I need to push at some stage, but I would probably do it in the wrong moment or over push, and suddenly after 5-6 moves it's equal, or my opponent is having counter attacking possibilities. Then you start to be nervous why I did allow that to him, and so on and so on.
Yeah, we have comment, album 61 is excellent.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, we also have a comment from Meyer, I would say, but it's in German. I was learning German, but all I know to say is keine Ahnung, and ich bin 15 Jahre alt, as I was learning when I was 15. So I will not try to say what writes here, but I see that there is support for German chess player Bluebaum. And let's see what else.
And the idea to go for a beer, but let's keep this. Yeah. So let's maybe move to another game. Let's check what's going on in the board number 3. As I mentioned, this is typical, I don't know, Nakamura MVL so vastly position. At some stage white will push a4 or take on d5 and push d4, but I don't know when. Svane Abbasov it's a bit better for white. So let's just go briefly, maybe to make a stroll. So what do we have here? Šarić is a bit worse, but holdable. Then Stamatis versus Donchenko. I think Donchenko has solved all the problems, and I'm so unhappy that I didn't see what would happen in case of the main line, my main line in that game. Maxim Roštan versus Vasily Imerchuk. This will take some time. Edis Gorel having slightly better position, but nothing tangible. Sargsyan versus Lodici. Okay, this is a mess. Lorenzo is actually allowing his opponents to create some sharp games. Then we have Akhmadzada having a slightly better position, but not much. Versus Cheparinov. Grandilius has managed to exchange the queens, and now his position is not so dangerous as before. Why his opponent allowed it? DC5. Strange idea, because I was expecting that he will, I don't know, start playing on the queen side, king side, so he went for this queen exchange, which is probably a stable option. Predke versus Gavrilescu, normal position, same as this one. This one is a bit more challenging, and Yahil is thinking. Ruslan Ponomariev versus Paul Velte. This is typical fight in French defense. This one as well. This one a little bit more complicated. Pansulaya playing always his reverse Benoni and Benoni. And then that's about it. Let's see how Deak Bogdan is doing. Darda having a normal position. Deak a messy position. Where are our youngsters? How is, for example, Tudor? Which board is Henry Tudor? And let's say also, how about
Tudor is one. Just a second.
He's out of the live. Okay, Attila Kuru versus Klimkovsky. Okay, this will be an interesting one. Okay, many interesting games. We have a draw in Kodena's game. Many games still in progress. It's hard to pick up one.
Yeah, in meantime we have some votes, so I want to say that so far there is a battle between endgames and time troubles. So 32% for endgames and 30% for time troubles. Openings 21 and mid games 18%.
So a good poll, since people are still not sure. Let's just check how our Fast and Furious Giga Koparadze is doing versus Filip Panchevsky. Of course, he's already all in. Yeah, he's in a severe time trouble. He already spent 10 minutes for his game, a little bit, maybe even a little bit more, maybe 20 minutes. So something, maybe he went for a coffee or something. Yeah, it's really strange since his opponent is 22 minutes.
What's wrong
Maybe
today?
we can go with the camera to that board. So it's board number 44. Let's try to follow that one, 44. Sandra, in the meantime, you can always interrupt me if there is something interesting.
I will.
How were your days in the playing call last 2 days? Any game which attracted
nice,
your attention?
Yes, Actually, I saw few games, not in my sector, and I should stay there most of time, but I'm always curious and I'm going to see a few other games. So for example, I was paying attention on Ivanchuk game and he managed to win. It was some queen endgame, and for me it looked like a pretty much equal position, maybe slightly better for white, but he won at the end. Let me think what was interesting. Darta played in my sector and he managed to win rook and bishop against rook bishop. He was pawn up, but it was reversed color of bishops, and he played till the end, and he managed to sacrifice rook for bishop. This was very nice in the endgame, although I mean endgame was drawish, but it's hard when you're defending position. At some point you spend energy, and then his opponent probably blundered. I'm not sure if even after sacrifice, but it looked winning for white. And many more games, but right now I have to think and then I will tell you.
Let's go full screen and let's try to maybe check the clock situation. Yeah, we can see it, 19 minutes, it's fine, we don't need to zoom. I see Denis Kandrić on our right.
He was blitzing yesterday and it looked like maybe he will win, but at the end it was a draw. He was disappointed. And
Denis Kandrić?
Yeah.
Very strange that he was disappointed with the outcome of some chess game.
Okay, he's sensitive on this. Probably when you expect something, you're working, and he's a good chess player, so he has some expectations. Somehow in Petrovac it didn't work good for him. Probably he was expecting more from this event, and yeah.
Let's try to get the board above them, because you will see the situation. It's very tense, and Philip is actually doing a good job since his position is preferable, but Giga now needs to come up with something, and he will do it super fast. So bishop to d5, or what else? So we mentioned that Hovhannisyan had a birthday yesterday. I know that you and Lena, you checked some things. So how about today? Is there a player, top player here, maybe Grandmaster?
Yes, there is. Today is birthday of Grandmaster Seravan.
Oh,
and happy birthday to him! Yes, well-known chess player.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw that it's his birthday, I remember, okay, we will continue with this story later, as we have a guest. Actually, we have guests, so...
Yeah, let's prepare the scene, yeah?
Yes.
We'll go for a short break.
Hello, dear chess lovers. We are back with the chief anti-cheating arbiter, Stefan Escarf. Hello, Stefan, and welcome in Romania.
Hello, thank you.
What are your duties here?
Well, I'm in charge of anti-cheating, so, well, basically I check that the players are not cheating during the games. So it means most of the time that they don't have any electronic devices, for example, and that they don't receive any information from outside.
What are the measures here?
Okay, I cannot tell you everything, otherwise I have to kill you, you know. So at the entrance we have these special gates like the airport gates. So this is the step number 1, of course. We also, so if it rings, of course, we check more deeply the players, and we have some special tools for that, and some other also. So this is at the entrance. Of course, during the game, they cannot use their own pen, because sometimes we coach some people cheating with special pens, so the organizer provides their own pen. They cannot use the watches also. They cannot use their watch, because it could be a smartwatch or not, and we don't, it's almost impossible to check 400 players every game, so no watch at all mechanical or smartwatches. And long time ago, of course, we banned the phones. So of course they don't enter with phone, and we have some lockers, special lockers for that. So we check all of that before the game. And during the game, we have also some duty. But do I go into details?
If it's possible, please.
Okay, so during the game, my desk is between the toilets, the smoking area, and the refreshment with coffee and so on. So I'm just in the middle, so I can check players going in, out. So I check if they go often in and out. In this case, maybe I could check them deeply after the game, or if there are some suspicious, okay, we know that if someone goes 20 times to the toilets, he could have some medical issue, or maybe he's cheating. So we check all of that. I have some deputies to help me for this duty during the game. And then goes after the game. And after the game, we have some random checking. It means we pick up some boards before the game, but we will check them whatever the result of the game. So players don't know when they will be checked. And we go in private room and we check everything. I mean, if someone is beeping or having something on him, maybe a coin or anything, we will detect it. And we do it we are two persons. We need someone to testify in case we find something. And I have something else too.
What?
Okay, so the next tool is very important. It's someone working for us in New York. We have a guy who is a doctor in computer science, and this gentleman created some tools, special tools. So he scans all the games, after the games, of course, and he brings me some information, so big numbers. And so far I can tell you that after 4 games, we have nobody outside the normal numbers. So I'm very happy for the moment.
So even if I find a good place to hide the device around the playing hall, I could be catch after the game, right?
Yes, of course. Well, first before the game.
And we are back. Sandra is gone. Rasmus Vane is next to me, and Dominic Horvat. Welcome, guys. Rasmus, okay, solid draw with black piece.
Yeah, I don't know. we were both out of book quite early. Like, I tried to avoid his preparation, so I didn't really know too much. But yeah, mainly it's of course on him to try to choose some line with white.
Yeah, you need 2 for tango. Dominic.
Okay, draw is fine, but honestly I expected a longer game today. So, I mean, after the opening, I mean, I was very surprised that he didn't go for castle, that he played this line without castle.
Okay, you can show, you can
yeah,
start.
actually, okay, like Catalan came, bishop before check, and here I expected castle, or in general I expected actually bishop e7 without bishop before check, but he played c6, and it was a bit problematic for me, because what I wanted to play actually against castle, I couldn't play against c6, b6 without castle, so now it was already...
I don't know what you wanted to play, but I was thinking he already had a game in this bishop before check in this tournament. I thought he wanted these queen c2, h4 lines, and they're quite sharp, and I wasn't really ready for it, so I was trying to avoid it. Trying not to castle somehow. I thought if I go knight bd7 instead of b6, he might go bishop f4. Yeah. And then we probably transpose, because now I can't play b6. So yeah, you can't. I just tried to avoid his stuff with b6. I know that there are some other problems with playing this too early, but I thought he might not be as ready for it as these sharp lines with h4.
Here I wanted to play castle actually. As I remember actually, because I checked b6, I wanted to play castle, but now of course we have a different kind of game. I mean, I expected something more sharp. So, but I don't know how. As I remember, something like knight d7, something with b3, bishop a6, a4. But I wasn't sure exactly how it works. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I checked something like knight e4. No, not here. Castle a5, knight e4 is a good move here. Yeah. And now this I knew, but I hoped to be actually back in my preparation, so that's why I played bishop f4. But of course Rasmus was very smart, because he started bishop b7.
Yeah, but what other moves do I have here?
Yeah,
Only
you can
bishop
also play
h6,
castle,
or-
yeah, but...
castle, yes.
Okay. Yeah, but after bishop b7 it was already not so easy, because I remembered that knight d2 was not the best move, but I couldn't find anything else, because after castle, I didn't want to play this position.
Yeah, there's this line, if I castle here, black castles, knight bd2, that's...
Yeah, this is a line, yeah?
and knight bd7, that's a trendy line that I played with white also.
Also there is, instead of knight bd7, there is, I think there is knight h5 also, yeah? And
Yeah,
maybe
probably.
I can play e3, I wasn't sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's also possible, but...
Yeah, but I thought now after knight bd2, knight bd7, I wasn't sure if you just can go e4.
Yeah, probably.
And then sometimes white can play with long castles.
I wanted like takes, and bishop before check, and maybe even king
Yeah, I
f1,
thought knight d2.
or knight d2.
This is a new position or not? This is
Yeah, this
interesting.
is like
very
Catalan you usually castle automatically, but
Yeah.
this
This
lines
is
white
very,
sometimes even has long castle.
We were
very
smarter
interesting
this time,
position.
yeah?
Very interesting position, I don't know.
I thought this might be a bit problematic for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but c5, and now I calculated bishop takes b8.
Yeah, I was not completely sure that c5 is fine, but I thought it was the logical reply if knight bd7 is not good, so it should be fine.
Would you take back with the queen or with the rook?
I thought I will think as soon as you play it.
Probably
I
queen.
thought I can
Probably
take
queen.
queen takes
But
b8.
queen a4 check,
Yeah.
knight d7, knight
I
e5.
thought king
Uh-huh.
f8 maybe.
Okay.
I thought maybe I can just play queen b8, queen a4, king f8.
King f8. I thought I can just castle it. Maybe it's just fine for
And
black,
I
yeah.
thought I can just go g6.
Yeah, should be fine.
And if you take on d5 and c5, I might just take the hanging pawns, and I have the bishop pair already. So
Because I calculated actually rook takes b8, queen a4 check, queen d7.
yeah, I thought it might also work for me.
This I checked, but I don't know, I wasn't sure about this position. Okay, yeah. I thought it's completely unnecessary to go into this, so just played castle. But yeah, after knight. I hoped actually you play knight c6, because then I can take on c5.
I was a bit surprised that you castled. I couldn't understand why you didn't take on c5 first instead. If you want to play with d takes c5.
It's smarter, yeah. Anyway, I thought you
Okay.
just take back with the bishop, and even in the
Yeah.
game, yeah, so I just take back and just knight
Mhm.
d7, yeah. Didn't see
Yes.
anything for white, should be equal. But yeah, also I think knight c6 actually, I checked, but maybe it's just too, probably it's not nothing, yeah. Some sort of
Yeah,
pawn
it's probably
sacrifice,
too
but okay,
much.
probably
Yeah.
it's just unnecessary, yeah, in this position. Yeah. Yeah, knight d takes c5, yeah.
Yeah, I was just a bit surprised that you offered a draw because
I offered the draw because bishop takes c5. I mean,
Mhm.
that's why. After knight takes c5, I actually thought b4 and then maybe we play a game. Yeah, but I didn't see any move after bishop takes c5, to be honest. I mean, it looked very Joyish. Yeah, rook c8 comes, and yeah. No
somehow
problem.
I talked myself into there being some kind of move after bishop c5. But
Yeah, but knight
don't
c5
know.
you mentioned, Dominic. Okay, b4. Let's just show it. So you were hoping for
Yeah, b4.
before
Yeah.
knight goes back, probably
Probably, yeah.
queen
d7.
queen b2 or queen b3. I don't know.
Yeah, queen
queen
b2,
b3
I
maybe.
saw queen
b2.
b2
I don't
actually.
know. Okay, let's play. Let's say castles.
Yeah, rook c1 and I don't know.
Okay, so that kind of position.
Something.
Okay, but
yeah.
if that was like a starting position, you would say, okay, what to do normal.
Mhm.
Yeah, but also this looked actually completely fine for black.
Yeah. But okay, as you said, at least here you can place your rooks.
I have some pawn on b4, maybe some a4 later. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean.
Yeah, probably we have this kind of position when the pawn is on d6, and now black plays d5 and be happy in some Marozzi position. Now I'm fine. I play d5 and I will equalize.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So you are actually now on 6.5.
No,
I-
6.
Sorry, 6. So you are targeting 7 or a little bit more.
Yeah, I was considering if I should play on, but I thought if he wants to play it safe afterwards, he can always
do you
play it
think?
safe. And
What will be
Yeah.
enough for like qualification?
no, the thing is I qualified
I know
last
this,
year,
but
so
I mean, my aim is to make 7.5 and then pray. Yeah. So to win one more game, but
So +4, you think that?
yeah, I was a bit surprised because I thought with your
Yeah.
Buchholz it might not be enough. So So
honestly, I really wanted to
you
play
can
on
still
today,
win
but
the last 2 games, of course.
with this, I mean, she surprised me in the opening, so draw is fine, yeah.
So since you are here, guys, maybe we can just briefly touch your tournament. So Rasmus, you played. Okay, some sorry, let me find you directly. So wait, so for me, another. And okay, you know your tournament, but so basically you played versus Pansulaya and some draws, but you were also winning a few games.
I won 3 games. Like, first game was a bit unfortunate that I drew with 2300, of course. After that it was quite a solid tournament. I'm more or less playing my rating a little bit below because of the draw in the first round. Yesterday was a bit unfortunate that I didn't win. I had a really good position. Yeah, so with that win I would have been a +4, but yeah, otherwise more or less fine. Of course I would like to still win some games and finish more on the top, but it's of course not easy.
How is your brother doing? Let's check his game. Maybe let's check his
he's
game
on
today.
+4. I thought he has a pleasant endgame, but of course it should be quite.
Yesterday was a roller coaster.
Yeah. Yeah, also 2 days ago his game was completely crazy.
Yes,
he turned it around and still won a losing position. And yesterday he also had a worst queen ending.
Yeah, but he's fighting.
Suddenly
he's
he was
fighting,
winning.
and he's fighting sometimes only moves.
Yeah.
This position looks.
Yeah, I could
fine.
imagine him in putting some pressure here.
And your tournament, Dominic?
Yeah, I lost
that
against
was a game.
Ufa.
That was a really.
Yeah, this was really a roller coaster. I mean, yeah, this game I lost, unfortunately. Then I lost.
You were devastated after the game because you were close to turn the tables and to create something.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually, because I thought at some point I was even winning, but then I checked, I mean, it was actually fine for him. But yeah, and then I lost a drawish endgame against Jordan. I blundered in 1 move, so. But okay, the rest I more or less managed to win the games, and now I made a draw against. It's fine, yeah. But could be better.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thanks for joining. We will go to playing call and then a short break.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noua Aqua Carpatica Flavors, un produs extraordinar căruia i s-a făcut o nedreptate și a ajuns să stea lângă sucuri. De ce nu ne-au băgat la detergenți, la geluri de duș sau la parfumuri? Mai bine ne-ar fi pus la cosmetice și noi hidratăm corpul, la iaurturi, că folosim fructe adevărate, la produse românești, avem cea mai bună apă Aqua Carpatica Carbo, la diete, că avem doar sirop de agave, sau la produse de import, că arătăm prea ca afară. În realitate, am fost etichetați greșit. Aqua Carpatica Flavors, apă minerală Carbo cu suc de fructe și un strop de agave. Puritate cu gust de fructe. Hai să nu mai facem etichetări greșite.
Știai că bulele din Aqua Carpatica Forte rezistă până la 8 ore?
Da, sigur.
Bine ai venit în galaxia Super Bula. Aici bulele nu sunt orice fel de bule, sunt super bule, mai mici, dar mai efervescente și durează până la
8 ore!
Bravo! Puritate cu super bule. Aqua Carpatica Forte.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Grand Prix 2025, the ultimate chess showdown in Romania. 5 cities, 5 intense stages, 5 champions. 150,000 euros prize fund. The stakes are high. 50 countries, more than 1,500 players, a truly global battlefield. Where and when will the legends be created? Bucharest Grand Prix Rapid in May. Alba Grand Prix Rapid in July. Brașov Grand Prix Classic in July and August. Arad Grand Prix Classic in August. Craiova Grand Prix Rapid in September. Join the elite, make history and prove your mastery at Romanian Grand Prix 2025. Sign up now and let there be chess.
Gica, ne vedem din nou la o competiție de șah. Știu și am discutat și acum că tu consideri foarte important mentalul, nu doar în șah, și în fotbal și în toate sporturile, nu?
Cum ai zis, da, foarte bine. Mentalul e foarte important pentru că de acolo construiești tot și după aceea vine corpul care te ajută dacă e bine pregătit, dacă ai putere, dar puterea mentală e prima care trebuie să o ai.
Ai sute de copii la Academie, îi pregătești acolo, faceți și astfel de pregătire și mai joacă ei cumva șah? Mai au plăcerea asta, cum era pe vremuri?
Trebuie să facă, depinde și de ei, de fiecare care e plăcerea care o au. Acum n-am... Dar ar trebui să fie și m-ar bucura dacă ar face lucrul ăsta.
Te-am văzut zilele trecute primind cea mai înaltă distincție a statului român, încă emoționat, chiar și după atâta trofee, după atâta performanțe, mi s-a părut că încă erai foarte mândru și emoționat de trofeul primit. Cât de important e un trofeu? Și aici e o luptă pentru un titlu european.
A fost o zi, un moment special și cred eu că oricare era în această situație trebuie să fie emoționat, ai emoție și... Dar trofeele sunt pentru asta muncești, pentru asta te lupți, pentru asta te dedici în viață, pentru că, până la urmă, fiecare, oricine își dorește să câștige și totdeauna trebuie să înveți să lupți, să ai încredere în tine. Încrederea face parte din, cred eu că unul din punctele importante e să fii convins de ce faci, să ai încredere în tine ca să poți să ajungi să câștigi.
Transmite-le un mesaj celor care aici, aproape de casa ta, luptă pentru titlul european la șah.
Nimic nu e imposibil, totul se construiește în mintea fiecăruia, așa că trebuie să crezi în tine că ești bun și totul e posibil. După aceea, mult antrenament, repetiția creează automatismul și cu ea trebuie să te duci pentru că antrenamentul e foarte important până să ajungi la competiție.
Este o medalie clasică, având un diametru de 80 de milimetri, finisată prin sablare și patinare, personalizată pe spatele medaliei cu cele 3 locuri ale campionatului.
Un eveniment care va rămâne în istoria șahului european, în istoria șahului românesc, cu siguranță.
Suntem mândri să contribuim la acest eveniment și să oferim o medalie care să celebreze excelența în șah. Ne dorim colaborări viitoare cu Federația Română de Șah. Să fie șah!
Pe mine ne onorează colaborare cu această instituție de prestigiu a statului român, care a ales să ne ajute nu doar în cadrul acestui eveniment de campionat european, ci și în alte evenimente organizate de Federația Română de Șah.
Hello dear chess friends, we are back with Grandmaster Liviu Nisipeanu, European champion in 2005 and one of the greatest chess player in Romanian history. Hello Dieter and welcome to Eforie Nord.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel here?
I feel all right. My play doesn't show that, but I feel quite well. I'm happy. I think I played in this particular hotel in 1986, so you can imagine. It's a while ago. It was the first time I was, maybe even earlier, I don't know, 86 or 85, so. So I still played in Europa. Of course, we didn't live in that time because it was an old communist hotel, everybody knew it. So. But I played here, so I have good memories because there I played well, I remember.
You played a lot of European champions. How do you feel to play an European champion in prime in Romania?
Yeah, it's very hard to say. Of course, I'm very happy, but the thing is that I do not realize that I'm playing European championship for some reason. It's still not completely with me. It's so unexpected that we are able to organize. And yeah, I mean, for every young chess player is a dream, even for older ones like me.
What are your expectations for this tournament?
Well, I do not have a clear target. I just want to play strong opponents and to fight. And if something comes out of it, okay. If not, then it's life goes on.
Is there any chess player that you want to face?
Yeah, I want to play Ivanchuk. I don't know how many. I played him many times, but I am looking forward to one more meeting.
Who do you think will be the next European champion?
Hard to say. I'm hoping a guy closer to my age, but the statistics are against me.
Okay, thank you so much, Dieter, and hopefully we will see you soon with a very good result.
Thank you very much.
And we are back, another guest, very convincingly winning a very interesting game. Robin Vogel, welcome, and yeah, the floor is yours.
Thanks for having me, Yeah, basically the opening went very well for me. I got my preparation in and he was spending a lot of time. So around this move I was still sort of in prep.
Okay, just to remind the viewers, so it was, okay, you can maybe go fast forward, but it was okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the move orders were a bit strange, like, usually he plays d takes c5, then like e6 and so on, but okay, we still got to this position, which, with the knight on c6, not on d7, but should be some kind of main line. And then I thought the first critical moment was when he played c4. Like, I don't know, I would have just castled maybe, and then I'm not so sure that I'm having anything here. I think there were some games like this and this, c4, some knight to e5 and queen b3, but usually white is slightly better, or maybe on the better side of things. So I was really happy to see c4, because then it gets really concrete and I have some ideas. So here I think what he missed was that after bishop e2 I can take on f3, and now it's not so easy for him, because if he goes here then queen e5 check comes.
He cannot play queen e2, he must play bishop e2.
Yeah, so queen e2 the rook hangs, and bishop e2 I have knight d4 again, threatening knight c2. I mean, it's already super unpleasant for him, so it's understandable that he didn't go for that.
So he took with the knight, right?
Yeah. Queen c3, knight d2. Thought this was logical. Knight d4 I was not so sure about, but it seemed logical. But I mean, as the game went on, I sort of understood that maybe I don't have too much here. So castles, rook e1, bishop d7, cd. Seems to be a mistake, I don't know. For me it was also the main move. So cd, bishop a4, and I think here it's critical. Like, he blundered big time with queen a4, but if he would have gone queen c1, I'm not so sure how the position is, because I can go knight c2, and I was calculating bishop d1, but apparently I can take here, and we were discussing this shortly after the game.
b5, important move, yeah.
And I'm sort of better here, but I mean, it's anyways much better than what he got in the game, so yeah. But I'm wondering what he did wrong then. Rook e1, bishop d7. So cd5 was already bishop g4, okay. Yeah, maybe. Because yeah, it just loses concretely, so. But it's super hard to see everything, so. But what I saw was that queen a4 loses. I mean, this much I saw. So knight e2, and basically he has to go king h. Yeah, he cannot take. He should go here and then try his luck with, I don't know, d6 or rook ad1. Though I thought here maybe I have knight c3 even. Like, I was thinking about such endgames. I mean, to me they looked winning. Like,
yeah, you will win this one, knight b6, and just
knight b6, and somehow
you will
should
win this one, yeah.
And okay, maybe d6, but then yeah, I was considering maybe I can even take, but yeah, then I saw queen d7. I think queen d7 is strong, because otherwise I'm just taking the pawn, but here it's not so clear. But okay, I can also do like rook ae8 or something. But then he made the instead of king h1 he played king f1, which was like,
yeah, rook f2 is screaming to be played. Yes, I immediately spotted it, and you were thinking, I came at that moment to the playing call during the break, you were thinking, of course you can go knight d4, whatever, but of course rook f2 is screaming to be played.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there is one nice point, that here king g1, there's queen d4.
Very important. This is what I burned a bit energy, because I was thinking, maybe he wants to go king g1, because if you take on e2 it's nothing. So queen d4 is the only.
I mean, I'm also not so sure. Maybe queen e2 is also better for me. No, queen a7. Okay, this I didn't
I was
see.
thinking some h3 and so on. He went
h3 just.
Yeah.
But then I can take on
Yeah,
d5.
okay,
so
okay.
I thought queen d1 was, but yeah, okay. But anyways, I have queen d4
Queen
and then
d4
I'm
is very
just
important,
winning.
yeah.
So yeah, the game ended here after a few moves. I mean, basically it's just checkmate. So.
But come on, hang on,
Yeah.
don't be so fast, because our viewers would like to. So was there anything to calculate? Let's say after queen d2, okay, king g3. So you immediately sensed that queen d3 is fine, or queen e2 is fine, queen f4, queen g5, so many moves. So did you see it till the end immediately, or?
Well, kind of. I mean, queen e2 is the first move you check, and then.
Okay.
Queen d1 is also the only move really, and then you give a few checks. I mean, it must, like, he has no counterplay, so even a slow move wins probably, yeah.
Okay, so you played queen e2.
Yeah.
He went queen d1, check, king went up.
I mean, he has no threats, so basically I can do anything here.
Okay, but you want to deliver a checkmate, so rook f4. If he goes g4, then okay, he g4, he went, he must go. If you go king, if he goes here, this is a checkmate, so he must go g4, queen f2, king h3 is a rook f3, so he went king g5, and then h6 and a checkmate. I don't know, it's nice to see his king next to your, on your part of the board.
I mean, to win with black such a game at such a stage in the tournament, it's obviously very nice. So.
And actually you didn't burn a lot of time, and it went quite smoothly. How about your tournament in general?
I mean, after today I'm kind of optimistic again, but I had a crucial game 2 rounds ago against Gumulat, and I mean, I was winning there, and it was also findable at some point, and then I would have been on +4 with maybe like 2 or maybe 3 whites to go, and yeah, it would have been much better situation, but I'm trying to do the best now, so yeah.
Have you played in previous years in European Championships?
I have, but not too well.
Not too well. And regarding Germany, a lot of people are following the events. Do you get some messages? Are you reading some?
Some, but mostly from friends. not really like the Germans. I think.
Yeah. Okay, Rowan. Thanks for coming and good luck.
Good luck to more games.
Yeah,
so
thank
good
you.
luck.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's check. What do we have there? Okay, Sandra, still many games in progress.
Yeah.
It's quite crowded.
What I saw from there when I'm in playing venue is that a lot of games will finish in, not a lot, but some games will finish in time trouble. So we are closer to time troubles, but still players, they have like 30 minutes, 20 minutes on clock, so we don't count this as time trouble. Maybe we should check Sanikidze.
Okay, let's check few games because when I was in the playing hall, I checked.
You spotted.
Yes, so let's.
Games.
Yeah, while you were chatting with Lena, I was checking games.
Yeah, priorities, yes.
Yes. So here it looked really unpleasant for Tornike. Yeah, he dropped his rating a lot. Let me try to guess his peak rating. I will go for 2572. I'm for sure wrong, but I will do my best. So he's.
What did you say?
2572. Oh, you start to listen to me.
72.
2616. Oh, I'm bad.
Yeah, I'm also surprised.
No, I know that he was.
I mean, I know he was very strong. I played one game against him in Kavala in Greece, and surprisingly, I lost.
Ah, that was when you were heading to Kalitea, or?
No.
No, okay. Because you mentioned that you've been to Kalitea as well.
I played some European junior championships.
Yeah, Kavala is a nice tournament. I played it twice, and yeah, it was very, very nice tournament. Maybe even 3 times. I'm trying to recall. Very nice tournament. Yeah, so here Tornike is. Yeah, my apologies for Sanikidze. He was 26-15, my bad, so he was super strong, but he's obviously underrated. That was my point. I wanted to just to tell you that, yeah, his rating 24-50 is not something you expect from that player. And here it seems that he just managed to, or he's about to survive. But he's really long time, but 5 more moves, so I don't believe that he will suffer there. Okay, so regarding the board we have it's 44 and
Kadric looks like he suffers, but we can check.
Okay, Denis is under heavy pressure, but let's see how Giga is doing. He seems to be completely winning. He's okay. That was a, let's go full screen a bit and zoom.
He's thinking.
Yep.
He also spent some time, like he's on 1 hour, which means that he's trying to convert advantage, or maybe he just wants to be very careful not to lose it.
Yeah, anything in chat? Not much.
Not much.
Bluebomb had an insane tactics. Let's get the board back. Let's just recheck what's going on. Okay, here just to conclude that we left. Okay, this was a huge mess. So we left when this move was played. H4 was played. Every move is like super complicated. They were just blitzing. He didn't want to make a draw. He was repeating. Okay, this game is... And now White is thinking, but he's...
So basically HG5 was main mistake.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
then
but
again he managed somehow to equalize and...
Is he winning? Yes, he's winning with this idea. Now bring the rook probably to E3. Queen B1, so Giga is about to finish his game in style, maybe. I don't know. So let's get them on the full screen and the board above them. Yeah, so he's about to make a move. Queen G6 will be played, so he has calculated everything. Queen B5. "50 seconds. Queen E6 played. Like easy mode, yes.
Yes, and I guess Philip see what is happening, and
He will need to move the
king
to H7. King H7, he's aware what has happened and Giga is enjoying. So his tournament so far started with 2 wins, then a loss versus David Navara. We touched this game in our commentary and everything went well till a loss versus Donchenko. But anyway, after this win he will be on +3
points, yeah.
How many points? 6 points?
6.
Yes.
Yeah. Not 4.5.
Yeah. And he stood up 5 seconds. But he got half an hour additional one. That's...
It's strange because when you are arbiter, you know the moment when you should prepare new score sheets for players. So usually it's, I don't know, I will not bother you with in which time, but you know that you feel, you see positions. But in this case where Giga plays, you have to prepare much earlier because he's just blitzing and yeah, sometimes when it's long game, and in his case that comes much earlier because of...
Yeah, his style of blitzing the moves. Yep, he's about to realize that, yeah, he already did, that he will resign his game. While we are waiting for that, let's just check Blue Baum. So what did he play? He went for this F5 stuff, which I mentioned also.
Ooh, whoa.
It offers some chance for black. Bishop h6, pawn takes, queen h4 is something you want to calculate. But then there is king g8. If we have this same position, maybe this is the motive, and I'm trying to grasp.
Maybe to intermediate.
Yes, to include knight d5, cd5, or bishop h6. And if you take queen h4, bishop takes,
queen h6 and rook c3, yes. And it's kind of forced, all of these moves. It looks like that.
yeah, queen h6 and rook c3.
After bishop h6, queen is on g3, so I cannot
So
just
that was
ignore
actually
it.
the concept, but he played rook e1. Sometimes against Jubava, but since Jubava is so sharp, you don't believe that there is tactics, because you tend to think that he is having things under control. Let's go with the camera back. Has Filip Panchevsky decided? He played king h7. Let's get that
And rook
on the
e5,
board.
yeah,
rook e5.
e3, it's
But,
same.
okay, rook e3 is not with the tempo. This is the main difference if you play rook e3, but rook e3 is also a good one. So after rook e5, he will need to give check somewhere. This is the idea. And if you go g6, queen f7, bishop g7, again this system with rook okay, here I cannot go because of rook b6, so I need probably go here and after queen b6. Okay, it's not so simple. Still some precision is needed. But rook e5 was just played, and now Filip is deciding about where to place his king. Maybe we can tell you a little bit more about his tournament.
Panchevsky, Filip, so far, okay, he has 5 out of 8. Now, of course, he's playing 9th round, and he lost 2 games, and he was black. So this will be, if he loses this game, this will be 3rd game that he lost as black. He's gaining some rating points, like 6 points, he's in plus, and let's see what else is interesting. So he lost against Kurkulos, he lost against Kozak, and as I said, I'm afraid this will be his 3rd loss on this tournament. Yeah, I know him. He's a great guy, but he was working, so he basically stopped playing chess for a while, and then he at one point, I think last year I met him at some tournament, and he told me that he wants to come back and to play more and you know, to try maybe to become a grandmaster, etc. So I hope he will manage to do that. Maybe not on this tournament, but hopefully in the future. He's playing for Macedonian national team. Great guy, smart, polite. So
yeah, I like Philip as well. He's struggling in this game. So let's go back to our top boards. Let's see what's going on. Bluebaum versus Badur. It's complicated. Let's go to board number 3. Jordan versus Tari. So as I mentioned, at some stage some move will be played and the position will open, but I don't know when. So Jordan is trying to get something, but I think that it was black who benefited.
Me it was strange to take on a5, but who am I to say anything?
Now I think this kind of position, or that Arjan is a great player and can calculate very well, but these are Jordan's positions. Now I think he's calculating crazy amounts of things. Yeah, probably something with like bishop d4, maybe he's even calculating some sacrifices, which probably is something white can do. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know if our viewers are focused on that game, but I'm pretty sure that they will.
Now it starts to be interesting.
Yep.
We don't have any questions, guys. If you have any questions or suggestions for which game to follow, you can write us
we will go
in chat. Maybe we will not see immediately, but as soon as we check. Let's see our poll. Yeah, as I guess.
Unclear who will win.
Well, I think Time Troubles will win, but okay, that's from my perspective. And Time Troubles 30%, Endgames 25% as openings, 25%, and middle games 19%.
Yep. So here white is slightly better, but the game is complicated. Let's check this one. Gumularts is slightly better, but not much. I don't believe that this is anything. Šarić lost. Okay, that's a big shock. Board number 8. What? Okay, is this correct? No, this is a draw. So please, let's go with the camera to board number. Is it board number 8?
8.
Yep. Let's get the camera. And we will ask our team. Let's go full screen to check it, and we can ask.
I think this is second time that we have this misunderstood about
no, it's
Shari's
fine.
game. No, it's not happening. I mean, but it's just funny that it's again in Shari's game. Maltsevskaya just finished her game. I will check what she did. We were talking, actually you and Lena were talking more about women on this tournament yesterday. She made a draw. Okay, as white. Šarić, even we have on our video that there are 2 kings, blacks on black square, whites on white square, and this means that this game was drawn by repetition. Ivanchuk's game also looks interesting against Rothstein.
Okay, let's go with the camera to that game. Yeah, I went a bit to the playing hall and I saw this sacrifice. It was a huge mess.
10th board, yes?
Yeah, so let's get the board back. As I said, this is traditional way of play, and Vasily sometimes likes to play a little bit in a different manner than trendy lines. B5, takes, and then came this sacrifice. The point was if you take, then B4 is just winning. I don't know if this was overlooked by Vasily, maybe not, but he wanted to go for it. Now he's under heavy pressure. But still, it's quite complicated. White can push d5, black goes knight c5, white moves, and then black comes out, I don't know, knight e5, it's a real mess. Okay, he's controlling that square and bishop is good on b4, so maybe he wanted to go into that direction. So let's go full screen, let's check how Vasily is doing. Maybe we can get the board above them. Oh, so white took on b5, which is also an option. So he didn't want to go d5, so he took.
And Vasily played queen b8, which is maybe a mistake.
No, I don't know, yeah. Yeah, it is actually, but it's maybe it's very strange.
I'm trying to see why it looks like a logical move. They have almost similar time, around 19 minutes left.
Okay,
Just
so
23 moves.
Vasily won 3 games in a row. Okay, not like super strong players in terms of rating, while at the same time Maxim is much more solid, winning with the white pieces, and if he manages to win this one, it will be very good, yeah, situation for him. As I mentioned, very good player.
In meantime,
we have a draw.
We have a draw by repetition, yes.
The game we were following. So this is the board number 75, just to show that they just made a draw, but we are coming back to Ivanchuk versus... We have Shubel Muradli, a draw as well. Ponomaryov has misplayed it a bit, so he's struggling. So, Grandelius made a draw. Cheparino is under pressure. Shant won. Let's check how this happened. So it was sort of normal. Yep. And then he took on d4, allowed d5. Ooh, what a painful blunder by Lorenzo. Okay, he's having a tough tournament. Just to remind you, from the round number 4, David Navara, number 5, Maxime Lagarde, 6, Aram Hakobian, 7, Gabriel Sargsyan, 8, Edis Gurel. From those 5 games scoring half, 1 plus, so 3.3 out of 5, and then he got a little bit tired, missing that he should have taken on e5 here, and instead played knight b4 and completely forgetting about this d5, which actually is a killer. So tough tough loss for Lorenzo, but still he needs to find some energy back. Djukic Stamatis, as I mentioned, but I'm a bit surprised. Okay, that means that Alexander was super happy with the draw today, that he didn't want to play something more complicated. Edis Gurel, hang on, this is a mess. And Edis,
he has a good time, but
okay, let's go with the, okay, we can maybe place our camera a little bit better so that we can see the game behind, maybe both games, our typical view that we go in the middle, and then we see the whole row. So this is the board number 11, because here some messy things start to happen. Edis is trying to play for a win. Okay, yeah, something like this. Then we can zoom them and put the board above them. This is the game behind, or somehow maybe to lift it up a bit.
Badur full attack. We'll check soon. I don't know if something happened in meantime, and yes, we just commented that Lodic's game ended suddenly as he made huge blunder.
Yep.
Šarić Alvar, what happened? It was a repetition, and they agreed and made draw.
Queen a7 played. 5 minutes for Gergely. Gergely is playing really tough games. He's trying to put the pressure. Gergely is thinking a lot. Yeah, Vasily is back. So, how to defend? Rook is hanging, rook d8. Actually, this is a big gamble by Edis Gurel, since rook d8 now is the move for black. So let's try to calculate. Rook goes to d8, we move the bishop to e3. Okay, queen b3, queen c7, that was something Edis is counting on. But this is a huge mess. If I play something like rook c3, I can play, but then check. And then there is this trick you cannot take, but it's really hard to grasp everything. So I'm curious to hear later what was Edis' concept. Yeah, we have some mess in, for example, in who is playing. Sandra is showing me one game, so I'm curious. There are some turnarounds. Which game is that?
Yes, that game is Pansulaya against Niklas.
Niklas?
Well,
Hušenbet. Okay,
yes,
okay.
Hušenbet. And it looked for a moment that white, actually yes, white, it looks like white is in trouble and white has some problems in the position. We will take a look later to see what's happening here. I'm just searching right now to see if there are some huge ups and downs in any of positions.
Thanks, Sandra, for that. Keep up with that. with the good work. Yeah, so I see that you will do it instantly. Thanks for that.
You're welcome, always.
So while we are waiting, let's check how Gergely is doing. 2 minutes on the clock. He's really long time, while Edis is sitting on 40 minutes. He's aware that it's not clear.
Djukic is also doing great in today's game against Jacobian. So far he has much better position.
Rook a8 played, which is a blunder, because Queen e3 and now Edis, the sun will shine again. This is typical when you're a long time, and now Edis is happy because he noticed that Rook d8 was a important intermezzo.
Like relief.
Yes, it's very hard to grasp everything. Now I would say that Edis is the one who is very close to win this game, because it's now we have so many options for white. B pawn is leaking and some other stuff.
Yeah, if Edis wins, he will go to 7 points, which is great. 7 out of 9, and
yeah, in the end he managed to get. Let's just check what's going on in our board next to where we will stay here with the camera, but I'm just guessing what's going on in Rostan versus Ivanchuk. Now Rostan is just winning, so maybe we can outzoom a bit to cover both games, and here we expect that both players with the white pieces will win those 2 games. Ivanchuk will suffer, it seems to me that he will suffer a really painful loss, because this game looks, let's out zoom a bit to catch both games. Yes, very good, very good. Here Kantor just made a move, Queen c2 on last 14 seconds. Vasily is maybe unhappy. Okay, so bishop g7 was played by Kantor. Now b6 will happen in Gurel. Yeah, somehow 20 years ago, I feel bad when I'm watching my youth heroes when they are not doing great. I don't know about you, Sandra, but that feeling when you know how hard was to play against Vasily Ivanchuk 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it was really, really tough. And yeah, these days some players are just outplaying him so easily.
yes, that's true. What to do? Ages are doing I mean, that kind of job that younger players are just faster and faster thinking, and with more energy and more ambitious probably, and chess is good as you don't have this, you can play even when you're 50, 60, 40, but it's not as easy, let's say, as when you are younger. So it's not about Ivanchuk's knowledge of chess or whatever. We saw that still he's in chess, even in the evening he's playing some blitz games. Yesterday there was some position, I guess something like a study or some endgame, and he and company, they were discussing about it, and I'm sure he's preparing and he's all in chess, but it's not easy to lead a battle with all these youngsters.
I agree. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So Jordan versus Tari.
Yeah, it was sacrifice on h6.
Checkmate
like you.
here. Yeah, let's remove the board. So Vasily is completely unhappy, I think.
Wow.
how the game went. He just resigned. He allowed checkmate. Yes, very tough loss for Vasily. Yesterday was a roller coaster in Maxim's game. Today he's winning once again, so he was like close to lose Maxim, and everything now it's different. He's adjusting the pieces. Very nice behavior from his side. I appreciate him a lot. So very good. Yesterday you could check his win, which was explained. Let's see Edis Gurel. Let's now zoom the camera. Let's go closer to the board to see the players better.
There is question, what do you think about Giga's time management for a player on his level? Is it to press the opponents, or it's too risky and unprofessional? This is a question. Do you want to give answer from your perspective? What do you think?
Yes, why not? I think we should give an answer for many things. So if I can comment from my side, I think this is the problem. We could say a little bit with your ego, that for sure if you play that way, I could play that way, that I will make a silly mistake against someone. So obviously Giga doesn't care about that, and also in team events, because you cannot just play in individual games one style and then in team events different style. I recall European Team Championship in 2021, that crazy Firuza performance, and Jobava was in my studio, and I think I asked him about the situation in the match, and then he mentioned that Giga plays, and we know that he always... So actually they got used to it, and I cannot say that they support it, but the point is that as I said, you should live with that, if you make a mistake, army of fans in Georgia, your team captains, colleagues would say, why didn't you think? Mm-hmm. You have so much time on the clock. Same go vice versa, when Deak was playing moves on last seconds in a Queen's Endgame, being pawned up, and then Ivan Sokolov was getting a heart attack, and then ask him, why don't you pump your time a bit? And so it's a little bit tricky, because with that style you need to like do it all the time. And I think the problem for chess professionals, leagues, clubs, you will get some comments, remarks, and it's not easy to live with that. So you need to be like in your in your mood, in your mindset, and probably Giga doesn't care. I'm playing my own chess. If you like me, take me in the club. If you don't, I don't care, or that's me and I won't change. So it's quite unique, and I'm so happy that we have him in the tournament, because games are immediately more interesting, and we always like to check Giga is playing. Let's check how Giga is doing. He's probably 1.5 hours on clock, and so. Ivanchuk legend, I couldn't agree more. Yep. So, Sandra, what do we expect here to happen? So, few moments ago, so we left around here, Queen a7, Queen e3, b6 was not played by Edis. I'm trying to check, he didn't like this. Okay, this is very hard. Okay, to abandon this and to go for b7, c8, it's almost impossible. So he went for a normal continuation. He played knight g4. Then e4 is also a reasonable move to open the bishop, but maybe there were some better chances. So he went for e5, and then Edis is thinking about bishop c3.
We should check maybe Badur's game, because Badur is in time trouble, and something changed, so I think that Baum is pressing in this.
Thanks, Sandra. I believe that you're completely right. So somehow he misplayed it. So he allowed this rook e6, and that's why he's burning a lot of time. Because now if you take pawn takes, knight moves,
Wow.
he's not sure.
Pieces on the 8th rank,
yeah,
yes?
Yeah, exactly. Famous Karpov Kasparov. Seville, it was Seville, I think, for championship match. b5. He played better late than ever.
Yeah, but knight a.
Maybe this was a little bit better now, but it's very complicated. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, so now Matthias is thinking, and he has all the time in the world, so he's a big favorite at the moment. Hang on. Oof. As I said, here bishop s6. So Jordan, I was thinking that he would made it instantly, but he first played bishop d2, and now he sacrificed. f4, crazy stuff. Now this is Jordan's position.
Wow.
And yeah, it's still
and
super
rook came to g6. I remember when he was here and commentating game which he played as white against Badura, so that crazy idea with rook g1 and at some point rook on g6, some sacrifice. So here once again rook on g6.
Yeah, let's go with the camera to that board number 3. Let's sense how the situation develops. So bishop f8 played. Maybe it's just a forced draw. Bishop g5, and now black is thinking if you go to h5 you're dropping the queen, discovered attack. So you need to move your queen to h7. And Jordan, if he gives check, king h8, there is no way maybe to do anything besides a perpetual. So I believe that this firework, here maybe instead of bishop d2, he should have gone for h6 immediately. If you take, then to take, and if he goes queen h5 now to as I mentioned, to play this kind of stuff, which is crazy, but he went a different direction.
Maybe he didn't want to risk.
Yeah,
He's
but he
good with
sacrificed
points and
he sacrificed anyway. So I don't believe that was the issue. Please follow how Gergely is doing versus Edis. So I think board number 6 or 11. So he's still thinking. Oops, sorry.
Yep.
He's still thinking?
Yes.
Okay. So
He has time, he has 30 minutes.
yeah, so this is the situation, so we can check that after e4, Edis is checking and rechecking. Ceparino is right behind, and he's under heavy pressure, having a weak pawns, and it will be interesting, will he able to hold. Bluebaum just played knight a5, and then rook a8 was played by Badur. Jordan, is that a perpetual? Let's go with the camera to that board number 3, and now they will repeat the moves. Knight f7, knight h6. Yeah. Is this about to happen? Knight h7, I believe this will be the case. So plus.
Yeah, Tari is half points more. He's on 6.5 points, and Jordan is on 6 points. So this draw will work, I guess, better for Tari, and also he has black pieces. So making a draw at this stage with 6.5 against Jordan, it will work good for Tari, I guess.
Yeah, let's move the board. They will now make a handshake. Yeah, some smiles. You should have played that, maybe not. You wanna go to analyze? Let's go. A very interesting game. Jordan was taking a huge amount of risk. Tari was doing great, defending all the time. So I think that this is super interesting game, and kudos to both players. In the meantime, let's just check Jubava. Jubava has something happened, not much, and
maybe Eddie's Gurel game.
Frederick's one is pushing. Eddie's Gurel.
If something.
He's still. Hang on. He played. Let's get the camera to that board. So after e4, he went for b6. Okay, this move, of course, this is a first trick, and the queen. We discover attack queen is falling. So here, if you take, check. Okay, this is not easy to navigate. So that's why Eddie's pushed b6, knight d5, b7, rook f8. Very good defense by Gergely. Now it's Eddie's turn to think once again.
So Eddie's lost his advantage actually.
Okay, it's hard to say advantage. Maybe he was not aware that it was advantage.
Of course.
So so it was complicated.
I agree.
Yeah.
What we should check? Sorry, did you mention something?
Okay,
and then I interrupted you.
Some games.
Blue Baum is still pressing, so nothing changed from last time when we checked. Fredrik Svane against Abasov, pretty much equal.
Pretke is having a complicated game versus Gavrilescu. That of course is a game to follow. As you mentioned, Cheparinov is struggling. Kuzubov is under pressure. Pansulaya is dead lost, but his opponent is long time. We will check that one. Nisipianu is lost. Hakobian is lost versus Boschercic. Chigaev is pressing, Volokitin is pressing.
What is Maksimovic doing? As we mentioned that he needs to win to
complicated game. Maurizi lost, and the final position looks really interesting. Yeah, many. Iturizaga lost versus Gem. Giga Koparaze won. Dudin won. Kadric is struggling.
Survived so far.
Yeah, let's just check. So I mentioned Nisipianu versus Malek. He's just dead lost. This B pawn is too strong, but still maybe he can put some resistance. I mentioned that Pansulaya is about to get checkmated. Maybe we can go with the camera to that section. So it's board number 21. Let's put our camera on board 21 and board 20, but for the moment let's target 21. Sonis is winning. Yeah, the game I mentioned how Ioannidis lost, but this is a really crazy position. So he was better, okay, white was better, and then, okay, black was better, and suddenly those, so he didn't want to make a draw, maybe? No, there was no draw. Yep, winning completely, and he forgot about this.
Wow.
No, final position is really crazy. and you cannot stop queen. Two queens you cannot stop basically. Okay, one queen at least. As I mentioned, let's go back to Pansulaya. Let's check what do we have here. He is really under heavy pressure. His king is very weak. I play Levente twice. He was 26, maybe even 26-40 player at that time. Benoni once I lost. It was in Dubai both times. And second time I came well prepared. I was winning, but somehow I managed to let him off the hook. But now he's about to make a winning move.
Did we check Nisipianu against Malik? There is a
Yeah,
comment.
he's lost.
Yeah, he's lost. He lost or?
He is lost.
That's what
Malek is white if I'm not
thought. Yeah. We were just saying few minutes ago about this game.
Queen g6, King h1, and now Rook to h4. I do believe that this will happen with the idea of so Rook h4, Rook h2, Bishop g2, King g1, and he needs to find. Okay, he can just take it
Bishop
on f3.
f3.
Yeah, yeah. This is the simplest. Bishop f3, and we will have a handshake. So now Rook h2, Bishop g2. Pansulaya is aware that this is about to happen.
So far we have a drawn first board, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh board. Šarić, and eighth. Šarić also made a draw, and on second board, Blue Baum is pressing against Jobava. Aha, we saw handshake.
Yeah. Bishop g2 was coming, so let's go back with the camera to board number 2. We have a mess. It seems that Matthias is about to win. e7, let's get the board on top of them. We will have a winner.
Jobava is playing with seconds, 30 seconds. And not a great position. It looks like, yeah, he has to take on e7, but
unfortunately some player is standing, so we don't see it. So let's find a spot for our camera, maybe somewhere else. So let's see. Yeah, let's go back to Burel. Let's go back to our... No, but he's out of time trouble. So I don't believe that this will be interesting. Let's find a spot for our camera. Okay, now we have a clearer picture. Maybe Pretke Gavrilescu. That can be interesting. It's board number 15. Let's stay here and our cameraman can prepare for Pretke Gavrilescu, board number 15, while we are staying here. Jobava is trying to swindle. F5 played, Rook A7 will follow. It's a bit lost.
Yeah, this
maybe he can
two
take
connected
also
pawns, d4, c5 could
Rook A7
affect on game later. But also
Djubava mentioned that he was acting like Houdini versus Šarić, but now he needs to make something even more impressive, a bigger miracle. And he's really long time. Bishop f6 played on last second.
No, it's not.
Last 6. Sorry,
Yeah,
my
last
bad.
6.
My bad.
Yeah.
I didn't see the clock.
Yeah. But now, for example, if I play rook d7, because bishop and knight, this is like the best position of bishop against knight.
Mhm.
So where knight will go,
Yeah.
I'm trying to spot, maybe knight has to go back.
Yeah, I
or-
believe rook d7 will be played, and that's about it. Kudos to Matthias.
It's not the best.
Yeah, it's the best.
This. Okay.
Rook e2 or something, but I think it's over anyway. Rook e2 played, rook d5 is coming.
Yeah, and f5 is also, I mean, yeah, I can take it. Why not?
Rook d5, rook d2, g takes f5. I don't see anything wrong with that. Rook d5, rook d2, g takes f5, last move. Okay. You can maybe check the game a bit later. Will we have a resignation or not? But let's go with the camera somewhere where it's more interesting. So we mentioned that we have. Okay, this game, it seems that Edis has misplayed it completely. So let's go to Pretke, former European team champion, who is playing versus Gavrilescu. Board number 15, that's a mess. 5 minutes versus 3. Gavrilescu is thinking. Behind them is it's Cheparinov, who's playing versus Ahmadzada. Let's get the board back. Yes, thank you. So many interesting positions. Just to briefly say that this game, Malek versus Nisipianu, there was a famous game, and actually it was funny. Korobo versus Nihal Sarin European Club Cup in Serbia, instead of E3, Sarin was having H2 and it was H4, H5, I think. You can check that game. And actually Sarin was moving around, and it was important, crucial for the final outcome of the match. Korobo was playing a game, and then he was with the queen. That lost, but managed to get into that position. And actually Nihal didn't show a technique how to win it, but he somehow tricky Korobo, and with some tactics won the game. And it was already late. I was taking my transfer to the airport, to the Belgrade airport, where some players were staying in the hotels and around in the bars, and we were collecting one person from the other hotel, and then Korobo was there. I would say quite in some kind of cheerful mode. And then I said to Korobo, Anton, how about this game? So how do you win? And then he said, if you were following Carsten Miller articles on ChessBase,
you would know.
You would know this. So I didn't say anything. What to say? I said sorry. Yes, I'm not on that level. But anyway, I didn't get this info, and it stays somewhere on my bucket list, So I'm curious, how do you win that game? So if you could reveal that to me, check the game Sarin versus Korobo. So the pawn was on h4 and the pawn was on h5. And he was just moving back and forth. Here, let's go back to this game, Pretke. Have you played this tournament, Sandra? Club Cup in Serbia?
Yes, I played.
Any memorable game from your side?
Yes, but some
Memorable
painful
for you.
lost. I was doing quite well, and then at last round I just messed something in the opening, and I had completely losing position from the opening, and then I didn't finish even with some little plus rating. Yeah, I told you. I mean, I know I have to work more, so...
No, come on. I think you're still a very good player. You can still
I am
win
very
some
talented,
good, yeah,
but...
you can win some good games. I remember your game versus Efraimski at that championship.
Yeah, that's one of painful.
Yeah, but you played very well. It was very interesting.
Mhm.
You found some concept how
It
to...
was. Also, I had some Slav defense against... I don't remember name, but woman grandmaster. I made the draw. It was some Slav defense. I played as white, but it was good game. And I also missed some advantage. I'm specialized in this, not to convert advantage into winning game. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. You're enjoying.
But okay, someone is at
You're
least happy.
enjoying.
My opponents, they are happy. Let's check our poll. Still leader is time troubles. Then we have openings, so we had endgames. Now we are on openings in second place. Then endgames and middle games. Okay, perfect. I agree. I agree with people who were voting. Edis couldn't find the move, yes.
So king h1 was played, so Gavrilescu played queen d4. Pretke is trying to find a way how to win. Of course, he can always force a draw with this concept because you cannot cover and it will be a perpetual. So he's trying to keep the game going. Any other games? So Bluebaum won, or he's still playing?
No, he's still playing. Sorry. He's still playing, but...
Ablasov is under pressure.
Looks like...
Okay. Gurel misplayed it. Cheparinov is under pressure.
Kuzubov is under pressure.
Bishop a2 played. So, I think that it's not super risky, but Pretke is risking a bit.
Yeah, he made 3 out of 3 in the last 3 rounds, so
yeah,
I guess he's more optimistic and more motivated now to play on win. He's on 5.5 points, so we mentioned a lot of times that Petrovas didn't work for him in order to qualify or whatever, so 5.5,
So
3 more rounds, yeah.
What
okay,
is
still.
Gavrilescu thinking? So bishop b1 is a threat. So this is Pretke's idea. Of course, black is having a lot of material. Just exchanging queens or pair of rooks would kill the game. But it's not so simple. Queen f2 to play f5 can be an option. You want to keep your queen somewhere around. Knight d3, you don't want to move that knight. Okay, your rook on f8 is actually on your way, so if something happens, queen g5 is always putting your king on the h file, so maybe he will start with some move like rook e8 and then to play some knight d3 and trying to hear.
Yeah, but
no, sorry, maybe, okay. Maybe this is not working. No, it's working. I was
even
thinking
if I
that
allow
I can pin, but
white,
I cannot pin,
the most is perpetual check, no? If
I'm
my
not
knight
sure.
is on e5, like bishop h7, king h8, bishop
You're right.
g6, king j, queen, if I move the rook and if rook is protected like rook e8, king f8, king e7, I have...
Yeah. You're right, Sandra.
I mean, just in case, it's good for black to know that it's not so dangerous as it looks like.
How are other boards doing? Let's just briefly check. Blue bomb is winning. Swane is pushing a big pressure.
Huge attack on board 21st. Let's see who plays on 21st. Pansulaya against Hushen.
No, this is over, this is old comment.
Okay.
What's going on here? So how about this game? Can we catch the game between Petkov and Momcile, Aidisul and Mali? It's just behind, so can we get both games? Pretke on board number 15 and Petkov on board number 16. Can we catch both games somehow? That would be cool, since both seems to be super complicated. So once again, let's get the board back. So yeah, and we can. No, we cannot because it's on the other side. So we cannot. So we will stay here. This one is more challenging. So F5.
Your idea, Queen f2, f5, yes?
Yeah. But I believe that this game will steer to a draw. I don't see a way how he will avoid it. So maybe we should find something else where we do expect a huge mess. Yeah, let's go to the board number 16. Let's switch the position. Kuzubov managed to completely turn the tables. Nisipianu is trying to defend in similar situation I was mentioning. Darda
He's
is
pressing.
Pressing, yes. Deak, complicated. Jonas Biere lost. That's a surprising. Volokitning is pushing. Jaime Santos made a draw versus Maksimovic, which is not enough for Maksimovic. Alan Pichot is under heavy pressure. Kozak won. Lupulescu, that was a tough position. We will please remind me, Sandra, to check Lupulescu later, board number 35, but not immediately. Gokekan is pressing. Samunenkov is pressing. So, do we have a camera on board number 16? Sulen Mali is now thinking, 3 minutes. Edis Gurel is struggling a bit.
Well,
Rook c1 just played. Suleimani feels confident.
Yeah. Edis had some time. He was like on 30 minutes, but probably he didn't get why b6 is not the best option, let's say. So now he's struggling a bit, yes. Black should not have any problems. Momchil, yesterday he had very interesting game with a lot of pawns in center at the end. He promoted.
So, yeah, rook c2 will happen. I think now rook c2. Also, he's thinking about bishop g3. He's checking all the possibilities. We will have a resignation, I believe, now. So Suleimanli just won the game. Let's find the time trouble somewhere. Out of the time trouble. Svane, Edis Gurel, out of the time trouble. Ahmadzada Cheparinov, out of the time trouble.
I'm afraid
Fredke,
it's hard
out
to
of
find.
the time trouble. Hovhannisyan, Ponomariev, out of the time trouble. Kuzubov, out of the time trouble. Yeah, now we are sort of done. Yeah, not many games in progress. Yeah, all the games are basically out of the time trouble. They are just about to make a last move out, and then 40 moves. After 40th move, and some time will be added. Samonenkovic, yeah, he is a bit in time trouble. And we have resignation here. Okay, that's which board is that?
3 more moves. I will check which board. I just opened again.
Let's go there. 40, let's go to board 40 to catch the last moment. Board 40. Last moments in that game. I believe that we will get the camera. Yep.
Yeah.
And h5 plate. 2 more moves. Marius is thinking. Okay, it's not easy, because when you have this imbalanced material, it can be really complicated. Sometimes engines tend to struggle. Knight f2 plate. Now queen d5 is the natural move, but also maybe he can play, yeah, queen d5 f5 will happen. I believe that this is a move you want to make, those 2 moves. Marius is thinking, oh, g5. Interesting. I would
Restrict the bishop.
I would never go for that. Now knight e4, at least with white I'm getting a nice outpost.
Yeah, 3 pieces, they can be very dangerous.
Yeah, the point is when you have this imbalanced material, let's say 3 pieces versus a queen, that any pawn you attack and it's not protected by the other pawn, then it's just lost. So the problem is with those, material in total is equal, but any pawn attacked, you're losing it.
Yeah.
So g5 play, 9 seconds, knight e4, the move you want to make. Played on the last 4 seconds, and now it's Ihor's turn to make a move, to decide how to move. h4, queen g6.
Maybe queen g6. Like prophylactic move to protect on g5 if I want to push f5. Because if I, maybe.
That's a very good one.
No, I was looking at the board and I'm thinking that white has pawn on g2. So I said idea would be to move the bishop to push g4, so then I really have this outpost square and to put king on g2, but there is no g-pawn, so I don't have to hurry with any of these moves. I just
Anyway, this queen g6 was a viable option. I'm a bit surprised about this concept, but he's, I guess, pretty sure that f5 will happen. Yeah, and we are out of the time trouble, and let's check what's the situation. So this game, okay, white is in problem, but still is far away. First, so let's check what do we have. So first board in progress. We can go with the camera to board number 2. I really do expect Badur to resign soon. Okay, Matthias is not hurrying. Then Frederick Swane versus Nijata Basovic.
Smells on
let's get the board. Let's get the board back, classical way. So let's check that one. Edis Gurel. Yeah, he's out of the winning advantage, out of advantage. He can push a bit. Let's go with the camera to that board. Board number 11. Akhmadzada is about to probably about to win, but still not clear. Pretke Gavrilescu. Pretke managed to keep the game going. Let's see how. So he forced this stuff. Yeah, but Gavrilescu is playing really well. So we have Petko losing to Suleimanli, Hovhannisyan. What's going on here? It will be a draw probably after this move. Yeah, they will liquidate all the pawns. Cipriano is fighting. Okay, maybe this can be the same thing. Please, guys, we will come back. Check Nihal Sarin versus Korobov, European Club Cup last year, Serbia.
What was at the end, draw?
White one.
White one. You said he was struggling, but
Kuzubov won, but his position looks really scary around here. Like it's a model advantage for black, but he managed to, this looked really scary to win this game. But okay, these days without the light square bishop this looks really horrible. And some others in progress. Chigayev made a draw. Bosičić is probably winning. Samadov lost versus Viere. Viere is struggling in those European championships. He was just worse. Okay, it's not to lose. He was fine and winning.
Wow.
Maybe it's a wrong result. He didn't want to go into this. Oh, what a blunder. So if you takes rook f2, king f2. Okay, so maybe this is not winning. Maybe it's a draw. Probably it is. There, you cannot win this one. I guess you cannot win this. No, it was a draw. But I don't need to take. I made a mistake. You don't need to take.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Rook e8.
Yeah. But so he wanted to trick him, being smart with king g7 and blunder queen f8. Horrible blunder.
Wow.
And now you need to take, and you just rook f2 or rook h5. Everything is winning. Guys, we will go for a short break. Yeah, because we haven't had one. So let's go for a break.
See you soon, guys.
Noua Aqua Carpatica Flavors, un produs extraordinar căruia i s-a făcut o nedreptate și a ajuns să stea lângă sucuri. De ce nu ne-au băgat la detergenți, la geluri de duș sau la parfumuri? Mai bine ne-ar fi pus la cosmetice și noi hidratăm corpul, la iaurturi, că folosim fructe adevărate, la produse românești, avem cea mai bună apă Aqua Carpatica Carbo, la diete, că avem doar sirop de agave, sau la produse de import, că arătăm prea ca afară. În realitate, am fost etichetați greșit. Aqua Carpatica Flavors, apă minerală Carbo cu suc de fructe și un strop de agave. Puritate cu gust de fructe. Hai să nu mai facem etichetări greșite.
Știai că bulele din Aqua Carpatica Forte rezistă până la 8 ore?
Da, sigur.
Bine ai venit în galaxia Super Bula. Aici bulele nu sunt orice fel de bule, sunt super bule, mai mici, dar mai efervescente și durează până la
8 ore.
Bravo! Puritate cu super bule. Aqua Carpatica Forte.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Grand Prix 2025, the ultimate chess showdown in Romania. 5 cities, 5 intense stages, 5 champions. 150,000 euros prize fund. The stakes are high. 50 countries, more than 1,500 players, a truly global battlefield. Where and when will the legends be created? Bucharest Grand Prix Rapid in May. Alba Grand Prix Rapid in July. Brașov Grand Prix Classic in July and August. Arad Grand Prix Classic in August. Craiova Grand Prix Rapid in September. Join the elite, make history, and prove your mastery at Romanian Grand Prix 2025. Sign up now and let there be chess.
Gica, ne vedem din nou la o competiție de șah. Știu și am discutat și acum că tu consideri foarte important mentalul, nu doar în șah, și în fotbal și în toate sporturile, nu?
Cum ai zis, da, foarte bine. Mentalul e foarte important pentru că de acolo construiești tot și după aceea vine corpul care te ajută dacă e bine pregătit, dacă ai putere, dar puterea mentală e prima care trebuie să o ai.
Ai sute de copii la Academie, îi pregătești acolo, faceți și astfel de pregătire și mai joacă ei cumva șah? Mai au plăcerea asta, cum era pe vremuri?
Trebuie să facă, depinde și de ei, de fiecare care e plăcerea care o au. Acum n-am... Dar ar trebui să fie și m-ar bucura dacă ar face lucrul ăsta.
Te-am văzut zilele trecute primind cea mai înaltă distincție a statului român, încă emoționat, chiar și după atâta trofee, după atâta performanțe, mi s-a părut că încă erai foarte mândru și emoționat de trofeul primit. Cât de important e un trofeu? Și aici e o luptă pentru un titlu european.
A fost o zi, un moment special și cred eu că oricare era în această situație trebuie să fie emoționat, ai emoție și... Dar trofeele sunt pentru asta muncești, pentru asta te lupți, pentru asta te dedici în viață, pentru că, până la urmă, fiecare, oricine își dorește să câștige și totdeauna trebuie să înveți să lupți, să ai încredere în tine. Încrederea face parte din, cred eu că unul din punctele importante e să fii convins de ce faci, să ai încredere în tine ca să poți să ajungi să câștigi.
Transmite-le un mesaj celor care aici, aproape de casa ta, luptă pentru titlul european la șah.
Nimic nu e imposibil, totul se construiește în mintea fiecăruia, așa că trebuie să crezi în tine că ești bun și totul e posibil. După aceea, mult antrenament, repetiția creează automatismul și cu ea trebuie să te duci pentru că antrenamentul e foarte important până să ajungi la competiție.
And we are back. We have a winner and a leader, Matthias Blubom. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. You will, of course, show us some important moments. So let's start.
Yeah, I mean, he always plays this Slav defense, and after knight c3, dc4, a4, he always looks for some weird sidelines. Like he rarely goes for bishop f5. Like a5 is his main move here. I already faced it. He also played h6 here against me, but I don't think it makes too much sense. Bishop g4 is also one of his moves. Like, I mean, they are all objectively not great, but you have to prepare all of this, and it's like very annoying. So yeah, bishop h5, f3. Yeah, knight d5 is somewhat new, like knight fd7, knight c4, e5, g3 is... I think it was his game against Kazimjanov in some FIDE Grand Prix some years back, but white is also clearly better.
Yeah, but I think he won in this line. It was the line when he won against Grishchuk Olympiad, I think in Slovenia. That was some huge novelty. That was his first show up. I recall that game. So he played something, and then that was at that time like a super important victory.
Yeah, that's very possible.
With the white piece. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So he chose knight d5. Like before the game, I just quickly checked e4, knight b4, bishop e3 should be nice for white, but that's all I knew. Like f6 takes bishop f7, yeah, and I felt like he might be, his idea might be to play e5, so I went f4, like e5 takes and then take on c4, and I wasn't sure. So I thought f4 is very natural. Yeah, he went e6, okay, bishop e2, bishop e7. I guess these moves are all kind of natural. Yeah, I'm not sure if rook c1 is necessary. Probably it's not a great move. I wasn't sure where my pieces belong. Like, I mean, it's obvious white is better because of the space advantage, but it's also very hard to actually find some.
Yeah, I was commentating during the round that you will get an advantage, and engine will say that you are much better, but it's not easy to learn how to play that kind of position. So it's you need to push g4 maybe at some stage or not. And it's not easy. You know that you're better. He knows that you're better, but
yeah, but he wants to play. Yeah, and I thought if queen d2 immediately, maybe there's c5. I wasn't sure, but that's why I went rook c1 because of dc. Then he takes on d2, and if knight takes, there's knight c2. So I'm already not doing well. So that's why I went rook d1, but apparently it's not best. Okay, knight d2, knight d7, queen d2 felt natural. King h8. Yeah, I felt like okay, let's be as smart as him and play king h1. I mean, maybe at some point diagonal might be weak, so I think it's a useful move. Queen e8, yeah, rook d1, rook d8, queen e1, and yeah,
I think we came, no, h3 already had.
Yeah, b6 surprised me a lot, to be honest. I actually thought he was going to play f5, and I wasn't convinced I'm even doing well here. Like, I wasn't going to play e5, to be honest, and I felt he just comfortably equalized here, and I wasn't happy about how I played. Like, I thought maybe knight e5, but okay, knight f6, he will trade maybe light squared bishops with bishop h5, he should be doing fine.
Okay, so maybe you can go bishop f3 instead of knight e5, queen e2, something like that.
Yeah, I can do, but still knight f6.
And knight f6 anyway. Yeah.
I thought f5 is like because e5 I really wasn't sure if this is good version or not for me, but still he always has this bishop h5 idea to trade these bishops, so I wasn't. Yeah, I thought f5 and he equalized, and I'm actually looking to try to make a draw after f5, but okay, he went b6, which I didn't fully understand. Okay, h3 is a nice move, and after b6, f5 already feels a bit weaker because c6 pawn is weak. So I'm not fully sure what b6 was all about. He played this.
Yeah, this was the moment. This before you play queen g3. Of course you can play even g4 itself, but
yeah, I mean, to be honest, already here I was considering this f5 move, and I thought it's maybe interesting, but I wasn't sure. Like maybe even e5 I couldn't evaluate. Like, if I take, I had no clue how to evaluate this position, and okay, apparently d5 is better, but yeah, it's super complicated. And yeah, I actually considered king h2, but then again I thought, like, why is the king actually better there? Like, if I play with f5, king might even be worse there because of some check on the diagonal. So I played. Oops.
And I mentioned that many different players would play this game differently from this point because it's not clear where to.
Yeah, but I thought queen g3 is kind of an improvement move. My queen on d1 should be worse than on g3, and he probably still should go f5. Yeah, bishop h5 I was very happy to see, because now I have this f5. I wasn't sure how much better I am, but now I feel like I'm kind of stably better, and it's hard for him to play, so he took. Oh my god.
Yeah, we were discussing this, that you have bishop h6, queen h4 and rook c3 in the end, but it's not easy to...
Yeah, he told me after the game, to be honest, I didn't see it at all. I was so focused on playing rook e1 and playing...
first knight d5.
No, first bishop h6 and then knight d5.
Engine is okay.
Queen h4.
Yeah, he told me that he calculated to queen h5. Yeah. So what's happening here? And queen e3 and
knight d5.
Yeah, okay, knight e5 is easy to miss.
d5, and if he takes here, just ef6 and just mate.
No, but
wow. I mean, so easy. I didn't see it. Also my mindset was that draw is a fine result, so I wasn't like, unless of course tactics easily work, and here I didn't see it. I just felt like rook e1, I'm slightly better, I'm happy. He took rook takes, queen h5, queen g4. Yeah, I was during this endgame, and yeah, he should have taken this bishop, and probably he's equalizing somehow. Yeah, rook f7, and it still looks a bit ugly, but he maybe gets his pieces out, and of course I have this isolated pawn on d4 at some point, but I thought I should at least never be worse. But yeah, apparently I missed everything in this phase. Okay, so he went here, bishop g1. Okay, I thought bishop d2 is a great move. Like I wanted to, like whenever he trades on c3 I wanted to have this bishop f4 option, so I'm not sure why the bishop, probably some concrete line where bishop on g1 is supposed to be good. Yeah, he took bc, and this is already very, very unpleasant. I didn't see a defense for him. Yeah, maybe this, I thought this already looks kind of sad for him, but maybe he can survive here. But it's like very, very, very tough to play already.
Yeah,
for
but
him.
this knight c3, okay, I was thinking,
Yeah.
so maybe here, yeah.
Mm.
If he goes
Well,
king g8,
yeah,
so you
king
go
g8
to
is the only other
e6,
move.
he plays knight b8, and I'm thinking about that position. So you are on e6 with your
Mm.
rook. Probably.
Like taking on d5
you
is,
will take.
is never anything. Yeah, okay, here he just pins me. I wasn't sure, but
So I believe that you should enter to e6. So you go
Yeah, I
rook
mean, this
e1,
is the
king
normal way
f6,
to
rook
play.
e6, he needs to rook e6, I
Yeah,
guess.
knight-
and this position.
knight b8,
How
yeah.
tough is this position?
yeah, I mean maybe. I was kind of happy to always get the structure with
Yeah,
takes
now
on
maybe
d5.
knight e3 you mentioned.
Yeah, 93. Yeah, of course I make pressure on
It
d5.
should be better for white, but
Definitely. Like bishop f8 already have knight d5, I assume, so already have some tricks. But yeah, he might.
But this
still
is
be-
better for white. Even if you maybe start bringing your king.
I mean,
G3,
definitely.
G3, king f3, and
Definitely white's for choice, but yeah,
yeah. But
I guess
this
was the
looks
way.
like a typical way, you know, you're playing this e5 stuff with black when you
Mm.
have f6. Basically, your previous round with Satari was similar, and you want
Yeah,
to come
that's
with the
true.
king to f7, and
Yeah.
sometimes it steers to a draw. But
Yeah. I mean, it positionally looks bad with the bishop on
Yeah.
e7, but on the other hand, king on e7 is a great
Yeah,
piece.
yeah.
Apparently, this was still. I actually didn't realize. I thought knight c3 is more or less.
because after
So-
knight c3, I know that we were checking a bit. That engine was saying that it's possible to survive, but I really don't see how black can.
Apparently only b5 here.
I really don't
But
get
yeah,
it.
I mean, like in the game, I just thought at least I have this rook e1, and it's like very, very pleasant for white.
But what is the idea behind knight a5? What is the difference? b5, knight a5 now.
Yeah, I guess now he can move his bishop somewhere.
And rook e6, so it
Yeah, knight f8, he kicks
Ah.
my rook out, and
Mhm.
and now it gets a bit messy. Like when he gets this b5 and can take on a4, it always gets a bit messy, and I'm not sure if I should
Mhm.
allow that.
So this is the difference.
Like, I mean, I was just happy to see rook
Yeah,
e1
yeah,
because,
okay.
to be honest, I thought this looks like good, like great chances. I mean,
Rook and a bishop in the endgame, yeah.
yeah, and also like his pieces are so passive. I guess like engine holds move by move with c5, but
Yeah.
it's already a very tough position, and wow, it's actually already winning. I mean, I thought I'm much better, but and also he spent his last minutes on bishop f8, and here he was on seconds, which is of course very nice. Yeah, and yeah, it's already very tough. Like takes, I think I'm basically borderline just winning at this and knight e3 and
Yeah, this
rook
is-
d1 and c4 d5 or something. I mean, I wasn't sure. Maybe I can take on h6, but I mean, just like try to get rook d1, c4 d5, and like two connected passes. It looks horrible. And he went for this forcing line with b5, but yeah, it's just not working. Like if takes, I thought this, take, knight e5, this, and I calculated that I can take here, collect the pawn with the bishop with the knight, and after a2 I have rook a1, rook b2, king h2, and I think it should just be winning. Like knight comes back and picks up all the pawns. So yeah, I think ba just loses to rook e1 because I'm winning a piece here. Like he has to take, and then I get piece with e7. So he found this rook a8, which was at least still a try. Yeah, I guess takes and c4, which is also very natural. I just push my pawns, and also with c5 I'm blocking his bishop on f8. Yeah, this... Okay, I did everything fine, yeah.
Yeah, I think you now...
Yeah, first I considered this, but knight c7 and he's actually in the game. Like d5 he has a5, which is important, and so I felt like, okay, let's just calmly collect everything. And apparently I can also... I thought e7 is very smart, but apparently I can also take on a4, but I guess it's a matter of choice. But yeah, here I thought if he takes with the knight, I just take on a4, and it should always be winning. And he tried this, and I guess like okay, maybe it's not so important line, but I'm always in time with rook d7.
Yeah, it's...
Like this rook d7 is extremely annoying, because otherwise maybe he gets counterplay, but rook d7 and like his knight has no squares, and if he tries this, I just win like this. C-pawn queens in the end, I just take on d1. So yeah.
Yeah, later he was...
Yeah, he was trying
making
still.
by inertia, but...
I mean, maybe some few tricks, like my pawns don't move immediately. And yeah. probably this knight f3 wasn't necessary, but okay, it's winning. Like now I get rook e6, and like now everything is under control. And okay, he resigned after rook e6 because he have rook e1.
Yeah, very good game. In the end, I mentioned before that you were already a European champion 2022, right?
Yeah, 2022.
Yeah, I guess you are informed that no one has defended that championship titles. So yeah, now you are a leader.
Yeah, I mean I have great chances now. I mean still 2 tough rounds. It's never easy, but
yeah, okay, yeah, you already experienced this feeling. So now it resembles a bit. Okay, Matthias, so let's say that you are in Germany now in Bundesliga. You would play against whom today? Or no, sorry, today, 2 days ago. Your club. So you were probably we will be playing someone on a top boards. Yeah, so you're here.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's European champion, of course. It's super important.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that Bundesliga clashed with European championships. But because I also want to play Bundesliga, but this tournament was more important because I also needed to qualify for World Cup because I didn't manage last year. I guess I should have already more or less managed with 7.5.
What happened in the last championship in Petrovac? I'm trying to recall.
You finished with 7?
Indrich won clearly.
Yes, but regarding your result.
I mean, I started with 3 out of 3, which was a great start, and then I was in the studio, and then I lost the next game.
Okay, sorry for that.
No, it's not because
but
of that.
But still you came today to our studio, yes?
Okay, I felt like I should, I'm leading the tournament, but yeah, like I lost 4th round and then I never recovered. Then I was back on +2 and I just made a bunch of draws. I won penultimate round, but it was already too late.
But here you have 100% with white pieces. Sorry, I interrupt you. So you won all games with white pieces, yes? Tomorrow you're black and probably in last round white, and you're leader and everything sounds great so far, yes?
Yeah, everything's looking great so far, but of course, I know it's never easy and you get nervous in the last rounds. I just hope I play two more good games.
Yeah, okay, good. Good luck, Matthias.
Thank
2 more rounds.
Thank you.
Guys, let's go to the playing hall. Let's check what do we have there. Okay, some games left.
So okay, we have one leader, yes, with 7.5 points out of 9.
So let's get the camera, maybe let's find a board where to stay for a while. So maybe let's go to Gurel country. Yes, we just got it. Let's have a board. Okay. Yeah, this is the game I mentioned that you remind me. Thanks for that, Sandra.
You're welcome. Always.
Yep, let's get the board. Let's check how Lupulescu was doing. That was an interesting game. Which board he was playing? Trying to check that one. We can get it in all style.
35th board.
Okay. So actually that game ended up in a draw. If I'm not mistaken, Edwin Trost won a second game versus Suleimanli. So he's not doing bad at all. And here, so he just throwed everything on black. So let's get the board all styles to see. So knight d5, queen h5. Lupulescu is very experienced player and he defended very well. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is his birthday.
Yes.
Yeah, that's something now I recalled, because we had a celebration with Romanian Chess Federation officials, where our arbiter Roxana Ferrara was having a birthday, and then someone was mentioning that Lupulescu will have it on 25th. I'm not sure, maybe you can check in Wikipedia.
Of course.
And here he just claimed a draw. It was 3-time repetition. His opponent was actually sacrificing everything. A nice one. And there is an interesting game of Bloberger. So let's find Boberger Felix.
Yeah, 25th of March. So
Bloberger Felix was playing on which board? 60. Austrian encounter, and came around here. Yeah, and I was thinking that black is doing super fine, that it will be tricky for white, but if you are not in a great shape, you tend to miss some things. And oh, that's a nice move. Bishop e3, and he did it. If you take rook f8, and rook is coming to f2, so he needed to place something h4. Okay, maybe that was not super precise, but was understandable. Rook. So
wow.
He didn't want, sorry, to play this position. Sorry, queen f3, knight f. White doesn't allow me. And then check, takes, and he was not sure about this position.
Because of bishop on b2, yes?
Yeah,
not
rook
in
b1,
great
this
position.
one goes here. He will collect few pawns, but it's complicated. So I understand why he played rook f5, which is a good move, I guess. Yup. And he just misplayed it.
Yeah.
Rook f3.
Was time trouble.
Yep. Probably something was missed. He was thinking that this will be a winning position, but then rook f1 is counterattack and you're dead lost. You cannot parry this. Oh, he lost it barely in 2 moves. Very tough situation to handle. Let's see how Denis Kadric is doing. So let's find some games we can check which are still in progress. Sunny Chulum is about to make it. Okay, this one is interesting. How is our poll doing regarding endgame?
Our poll, yeah, still leader is time troubles, 32%, and then openings 25, then endgames 24, and middle games 19.
So let's try to boost endgames. So regarding this position, here it's very important. If you, for example, let's play something. This is lost.
Yeah.
So if the rook is short, but let's make it that black is on the move. I'm trying to find a way. So let's do it this way. I don't know. Okay, I'm not doing it well. Sorry, I don't
it's
want
hard.
to. No, it's not hard, but I don't want to give like irregular.
I can help you if you want.
Sorry. No, okay, this position. Sorry, I'm already in the move. So here, according to Averbach and other endgames, you need to surrender a move. But now it's white on the move. Come on, I'm so lousy. So like this was the easiest. So only move which win is this.
King.
Endgame clinic, sorry, you play king e3, and all those grandmasters, they all know this. So check, king goes to b3, you go king e2, sorry, no, king goes to c3, king e2, king b2 back, and you go king d2. And now it's lost. So there are several ways for white to play. Now he can move the rooks. When he moves the rook back, you play rook h1. And you are winning because the rook is too short. And d2. So you took the first rank. If now the rook is not there, that might not be winning. And if he plays a rook g, sorry, I didn't in this position. And if he goes, hang on, if he does king b3, you go rook k1. And this is known that you win. Okay, some move, I don't know, king e2, rook d1, king e2, rook somewhere, d2, and you win rook c8. Actually, last time I studied this was 25 years ago, but somehow I learned it, and for me it's not a big deal. Very important that this game is lost. If this position is drawn, my advice is the simplest way, that you always in those positions don't move the rook. Try to be careful, because the easiest way is to go king b3. So if you move the rook, of course this you lose, and there are several other ways. You can go maybe rook to h7, but then it's a little bit more complicated. For example, here, and this is this famous thing I told you, Aronian versus Carlsen, Tal Memorial or Alekhine Memorial. Magnus was 2700, but he was not super strong yet. So if I would need to guess a year, I would say 2008, maybe 2008 or 2007, maybe 2007, maybe even 2006, because I won my GM title in Sarajevo 2006. Magnus was playing mediator, so it can be 2006 late part of the year. So after rook e3, you are not allowed to give check, because this is the move which loses, because now after this d2 wins, and Magnus gave check and immediately resigned. So check that endgame Aronian versus Carlsen. So here you just go to h1. Okay, rook could be here, so you don't play this rook h2, you play king b3. So always when you're not sure, leave the rook here, play king b3. But somehow for us it's normal that we keep the king in opposition, but king b3 is the move. So can you check the game Aronian Carlsen? Aronian was white, and I would say that it was 2006. Painful loss for Magnus, of course. Then later he became a endgame virtuoso. But at that time he was defending card for a long. I think his rating was 27, maybe close to 27. So it was 2006, I think. Not yet above 2700, while Aronian was 2770 or something like that. So this is very important. So let's check what's going on here. Rook e2 played. So according to our advice, you go king b3. Let's get the camera to that board. It's the board number, so Chulum versus Uslanov. So let's get the board. I will tell you, it's board number 81.
Game, and it was exactly same position, and as you said, rook a7 was played, and
yeah, 2006, because in Sarajevo I played in May. I won this B round robin. Magnus won A, and Magnus was at that time 26, 60, 70, but collecting a lot of points. So if he was less than 2700, then I immediately knew it was 2006. Moscow Tal Memorial, yeah. And 6th round, and Magnus gave check, and after king e8 immediately resigned. Yeah, so this is a good trick. It's also useful when you have edge and f. So sometimes you test your opponent with this rook e6. So yeah, I invested a lot in endgames, but okay. My problem is that I was fine with let's say like known endgames, theoretical ones, but with practical I was sometimes struggling either to play passive, to play active, to sacrifice the pawn, not to sacrifice. So king b3, that seems that his opponent knows what he's doing. So let's go full screen. Umid Aslanov, although not a top player, 4.5 out of 8, but still he knows endgames.
We have a question. Do you think that Badur and Vasil can strike back in the final rounds? I would say yes, for sure. It's not easy, especially for Badur. He was playing all of these games on first boards, and then he lost today. But he is experienced chess player, and I think he will fight till the end, of course, and hopefully he will come back. Same for Vasil.
Quite curious. Okay, now Black will think for a while.
And also we have a comment that some of them are upset because at first 8, 9 boards exactly there are a lot of draws, but I mean that's so understandable, as today is 9th round. It's very tough to play this kind of tournament with such strong players. They have to prepare, and they are preparing for maybe 4 or 5 hours, I'm not sure, but I think. And then they come to the playing venue, they play for 5 hours, 6 hours games, and I guess they are a bit tired, and draw was fine for most of them.
And if they want a lawyer, they will hire Sandra
yes.
to defend them.
I have a lot of clients, but I will see who I will. Yeah.
Okay, let's get the board. We will cover this one. Let's get the board and the camera back to Edis Gurel. So that was board number 11. Is the game still in progress? Oh, hang on. Maybe not. No. This game is finished, so we won't move the camera there. So we can stay here for a moment. Okay, maybe we should go with the camera to Malek versus Nisipeanu. So it's which board is that? It's
23rd.
Yeah. So if we can check, I'm trying to recall, maybe Sandra will help me regarding Sarin versus Korobov. So I'm pretty sure that the pawns were f2, g3, h4 instead of those 3. So I'm curious, so if you can check that game, so Nihal Sarin versus Korobov.
Which year you mentioned?
Last year Cup in Serbia.
Mm-hmm.
You were probably in a time trouble or struggling in your game.
For sure,
so
not
you
probably, for sure.
Couldn't check other ones. But so White needs to organize a breakthrough because just
changes.
Yeah, it won't be easy to win. G5 played. Oh, interesting.
So Nihal against Korobov, yes?
Yep.
Sarin against Korobov.
Yes.
Okay, I had to check if I didn't find. Let's try one more time, because I'm sure you're right.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do it as well.
No, I will.
To help you a bit.
Let's see.
Yeah, computer doesn't somehow wants to help you, but I will help and tell you that the position was, as I mentioned, f2, g3, h4, and black was having h5, g6, f7, e6, and that was the position, and in the end white prevailed.
Thank you.
Yep. So here g5 was played and white is about to push, I believe, e5. So which games we have in progress? Please keep an eye on Okay, we mentioned Denis Kadric. Maybe, yeah, we will check this one because this one will be a mess while we're trying to make a breakthrough. So maybe we can get the board back. So here Cheparinov is struggling. Malek, we have a move. Darda is winning. Darda is winning. Hakobian versus Bosicic. Bosicic is winning. Volokitin needs to convert. Iturizaga, Gokerkan, this is a mess. Black is, no, not a mess, black is winning, but he needs to push a bit. And here, yeah, Samonenkov still needs to work. As I mentioned, it's a complicated stuff. Here, Paichadze is pressing, Kielbasa versus Bernatsky. Bernatsky is sort of winning. Vokaturo, Iskandarov. What a position. This is a mess. We can go with the camera to that board. So it's a, can you check please? This one, Mitsis versus Iskandarov, while I'm cruising. Chulum.
63rd board.
Yeah, let's go to that board because there is a complete mess.
Which place do you think will be enough for qualification, considering there are a bunch of pre-qualified players from last year fighting for medals?
Yeah, let's touch this. At the current standings, or let's say prior to this round, so maybe if you have the list of qualifiers play here, but we know that we know that some of them are here. So for example, Svane Frederick, Darda, Deak,
Cheparinov, Yufa, Chigaev, Hovhannisyan, Lupulescu, Donchenko, Jan Emre, Svane Rasmus, and
that's it.
And that's it. Yeah.
So let's go to current standings. So prior to this round, let's go to the standings after 8 rounds. So yeah, we can say that Jubava was not qualified, but he lost. Okay, so Bluebomb.
Tari didn't play,
so
but
Tari, Bluebomb, they are here now taking some. No, Bluebomb is leaving. Yeah, Tari. No, Yufa qualified.
Yes.
Tari, Bluebomb, Jubava, Sarkisyan, let's say Gledura, Jordan Van Forest, Kurkulos, Šarić Ivan, Navara, okay, Lagarde, Martirosyan, Roštajn, Alonso, and some others. It's still hard to say. Here it's really a mess.
Yeah, tomorrow it will be more clear after tomorrow's round, although till the end we will not know exact.
We touched that topic, Sandra, of birthday, because I spotted that we got this question, but you mentioned that it was Serevan, Yasser Serevan's birthday, which, yeah, it's nice to tell a little bit more.
Yeah, and I said that I was very happy that it's his birthday today and I didn't miss this, for example, that I was arbiter, because my father is a chess player, I mentioned this, and he knows Serevan very well. And then instead of going to Wikipedia and checking some things, I just called my dad to ask, like, is there any interesting you can tell me, because I will want to say happy birthday to Serevan. And then he mentioned that he was also at our hometown and he was our guest. at Niš, and he also played for Niš Chess Club.
Interesting.
Yeah, he played Serbian League, and although at that time a lot of clubs they had right for one foreign player, but most of them were taking some Russian chess players, of course, but they were kind of a bit jealous on Niš Chess Club because they took Seyrovan, who was coming from USA at that time just to play for their league. And also that was in 1992 when Seyrovan was reporting Spassky Fischer match.
So when return match, yeah.
Yeah, and when there was a free day, he was coming back to Serbia to play a league.
Oh.
And yeah, my brother, he's very happy, I say, because he has a picture when he was young, and Seyrovan was our guest. And
in your home, at your house?
Yes, at my house.
Very
Yes,
cool.
yes, because he was a good friend with brothers. He is a good friend with two brothers, Ilić Zoran and the other one who is not alive anymore. Sadly,
but what was the initial connection? So how he got connected with your family? So through them?
Yes, basically through them. Yes, yes, and they are very close. Even I mean, one of brothers, Zoran, is very close with my father, and the other, Bobek, we call him. He was writing a book with my father, and then last year he passed away. But they were whole life very close through chess connection, and then of course that's how my father also become close with Seyrovan.
So Seyrovan was Syrian origin. I know this, American Grandmaster. He's commentating those Grand Chess Tour events and many others. Top Grandmasters, top 10 in the world. I recall went at some stage with the white pieces playing against King's Indian and some other lines. He was actually a role model for many players, and it was interesting to learn from his games. So Seyrovan is a big name in chess. He likes to play some jokes. Yeah, very interesting personality. Yeah, anything to add?
Nothing else. There are many things we can say because I mean it's big name in chess world, but maybe we should go to check some games.
Okay, fine. Nice. So once again, nice birthday wishes to Yasser Seyrovan, legendary player.
Yeah, there are two games against Karpov, and you can, our followers can check these two games in Tartakover variation of Queen's Gambit, so if they want they can check just to see some beauty of chess.
Very nice. Sandra here in this game, it's a crazy one. It's a mess. Let's just briefly check Volokitin. Will he be able to finish this one? He's really long time. And in Chulum, the game we were following, not much is happening. Umid Aslanov has found a way how to hold.
Yeah, birthdays during this tournament we are checking after each round, and then from here we mention this, and so I can check for tomorrow if you're so interested in this. There is a question, birthdays during this round, and about who is qualified, we cannot say that yet. We mentioned who could be, but
yeah, still it's hard to say. But anyway, thanks for your feedback, thanks for your inquiries, questions. We are happy to at least try to answer, but of course something is still unclear. So the position here is really messy. So he pushed c6. Will now black give this rook c2 check or not? Yeah, today we had many guests in the studio, many nice names, so I'm quite happy how it went. Still we are missing some heavy guns like Ponomarev, like Ivanchuk, but hopefully we will get them till the end of the tournament.
Yeah, of course we don't bother them if they lose a game, and for example today it's not Ivanchuk's day, he lost the game. We wanted to bring him to studio, we were discussing about this, but today wasn't that day for Vasily to bring him in the studio.
So this game, it's really super complicated. Now it's black's turn to decide how to go, because this c7 is looking scary, so he didn't want to give this check, at least to stop it for a moment. Okay, he can reverse it, he can take on e4, but after king b3, if you go rook c2, now maybe some queen e1 is annoying, and when you come closer you're dropping one of the knights, either this one or that one. So here you need to be very careful. Hang on. After king f4, okay, if you take, I take on c6. Super complicated. So here king b3 was played, and it's rook e3 was played, so he wants to go knight c3. Is something changing in our other games?
Bosjucic is close to win a game.
Chaparinov is losing, Nisipiano looks lost, but still he's fighting. Darda is pushing, probably winning, Bosjucic is winning. Volokitin is about to convert, Gokerkan, it's a mess in terms of winning chances. Samonenkov is struggling a bit to convert. Denis Kadric is in complicated game. They are blitzing, we will switch later there. Amar is struggling versus Dekhtiarov. Paichadze is trying to come up with something, but it looks very complicated. Okay, so still many games, and Chulum is not able to create anything. King a4 played. Okay, so what do you do now with the black pieces? Knight c3, and then somehow to d5. Is that the concept? The clock is ticking.
Yes, if there is no queen h2 later, and okay, there is always knight g2.
Queen h1, you mean?
Queen h1, yes, thank you. You got the point. Yeah, knight c3.
King f5. So, coming to d5 or not, to e5. Okay, that's good move. I believe he will play some knight. What a mess. That's a really big
yeah.
mess. So hard to grasp everything here. King a6, and now I believe knight d5 is the idea, unless I'm missing something. But maybe he wants to go knight b5. He goes knight d5. So white can push b5, but then knight c7.
So difficult to play this
yeah,
position.
this drops a pawn, so b5 is not an option. If you go queen h1, you mentioned knight g2 as a possibility. Maybe.
Yeah, if knight wasn't protected on d5.
Yeah, and actually this would be a fabulous setup. Both knight would be protected. Okay, now white will think for a while. Let me just briefly check. Rook f3 played. Yeah, but now it's not the same. In Chulum you can give check, because now after king d1 you give check and there is no rook e1. So if Chulum wants to test his opponent, so let's see if he played this rook e3. He did, but the king was not. Rook h1 played. So he never played that position. So he's about to make a draw, I believe. So strolling around, Cheparinov, yeah, he's lost. But he's trying. Malek versus Nisipeanu looks lost at the moment, but it was lost for a while. This one is now winning for Darda, it seems so. Volokitin managed to come at the right square. This one I mentioned. Here white is trying a bit.
Maybe Kadric game to check, you mentioned this.
Okay, that's the game. Yeah, and he seems to be losing. Yeah, but that was a real
He
mess.
was fighting and...
He was waiting a bit, then d6. But why didn't he take with the rook? He has some reason. He wanted to play this way, but now he's suffering. Maybe we should go with the camera to that board.
45th board.
Yeah, so you already knew the right number. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
So let's go with the camera to board 44 you mentioned, right?
45.
45. Good. So it looks now super scary. So Kadric is there, you can see him on right, our cameraman is preparing the scene, and we will now get the video. Kadric seems to be aware that it's an issue. So not many games left. We have on top boards, okay, some 10 games are still in progress. Hagan Ahmad is doing great. So winning against Ragnev, winning against Stefansson, losing to Ivanchuk yesterday in a tough game, making a draw versus Sarana, only losing versus Dudin.
Yeah. He's gaining some rating, also 12 points. So he's doing good.
So he just made a move. Rook a7. And bishop f5 played, queen e8. So what is Denis up to? Yeah, Kadric is a tricky player. Have you played against him?
I don't think so. I think I didn't.
Maybe
some
even
rapid or
game
blitz.
or some random friendly games?
Maybe some rapid or blitz, but to be honest, I don't remember. Maybe he remember. I don't. But I mean, as I said, I really respect his chess, and Denis as a person is a great person. So somehow.
Yeah, with me it's opposite. I don't respect his chess, but I think he's a great fighter. He's entertainer. He's playing so interesting chess. He can win against top players. Check his game versus Kamer at the Olympiad with the white pieces. He just crashed him. Yeah, so Denis can play super strong, but sometimes he's playing all the same repertoire, always. Yep. So this looks really now, Rook G1 is about to happen. Knight G4 just played. Yeah, Denis is trying to save himself. Then he cost. Chulum. Yeah, not much is happening, I believe. Still, it's a draw. King E3, check, and yeah, that's same position everywhere. Every time after Rook F3, you go Rook H2, and whenever King's approaches, if you go Rook F1, it's also fine. So many ways to defend. Here, I mentioned that Chaparinov is losing, although he has qualified. Chaparinov qualified, you mentioned.
Yes.
Nisipianu is fighting, but this looks now undefendable. Darda winning, and here some knight e6 will be played, I believe. Yeah, knight e6. Okay, he doesn't want to take immediately. This one. Okay, this Samunenkov's game can be
I'm
really,
just looking at
yeah, maybe
that
we
game.
should go to the camera to that board. Which board is that? Because there we have a mess.
40 board.
Yes, let's go to board number 40. Here, white is, I believe, ready to win that one, but I'm not 100% sure. And Iskandarov, okay, the game is just going. So let's check this Samunenkov's game, since now I'm not sure that he will be able to win this one, and this is a complete mess. So let's go full screen, let's get them a board.
Maybe from different side, if we can do a video of this match and to see time on a chess clock, if it's possible.
No, I think we will just, we can stay
Okay.
with this angle.
Okay.
I think it's fine. So, it's a mess. It's a mess. There are long time. It's possible to go wrong. Three pieces, it's so hard to navigate, it's so hard to calculate. Now he can take on e4, but then you are connecting the knights. You can go to f8 with the rook. 1 minute on the clock for Ihor. It's long time. And rook d4. So yesterday was Korchnoi, today Smyslov. Really? Didn't know this. Thanks, Matthias. But I'm pretty sure that our dear Sandra would check it, that for example it's a Korchnoi birthday. So I don't believe that she would miss it, because she's...
No, Korchnoi was yesterday, and maybe probably Lena mentioned this. Hohanishian she mentioned for sure. Today Smyslov, well, let's see.
Yes, that's correct.
I am very surprised, because we have a very good chess site in Serbia, and there are all birthday there, and I didn't find Smyslov, that Smyslov was born today. That's why we don't have this information.
A great champion winning a title versus Botvinnik, playing, being 60 years old. Once again, tried to check that story, how he won against Hibner. And yeah, it was, they were like throwing a dice, and that's how he passed to candidates. I think it was semi-final versus Kasparov, then he lost, or final, no, finals I think, and versus Hibner was semi-final.
Yeah, thank you very much for this information. Somehow I missed this, and I feel sorry, because I mean, such a great chess player he was, and such a big name in chess world. Tomorrow Richard Rapport, perfect. Great.
So what's going on here? It's still so complicated, but now rook a2 is coming.
People enjoy the way how you're saying stories which happened, or and I enjoy also from here.
Thanks for that. I
Really.
appreciate this. Sandra, also you guys. Yeah, I was reading a lot, I was following, so I'm just trying to maybe tell you a few stories. Maybe I'm not always entertaining you enough, but yeah, that's something I like to offer to you, so that you will get a maybe better feeling about top level chess and some other stuff. Rook a2, probably the best move. I see that Darda is having a great technique. Yesterday he won, and today he's playing something which is not easy to convert at all. Kadric managed to survive the first attack. Iskandarov, that's a huge mess. Chulum is still pressing, but not much is happening. Yeah, Kortner was a true legend. I met him many times. He played in the same tournaments. We were playing versus Switzerland. I was playing for Croatian team. He was still, with 70 years old, he was still playing super active stuff. So a really true legend, and probably the best player in history who couldn't achieve that dream to become a world champion. Smyslov, famous singer, you could even find some, how they called it, all this musical sentence when he was doing together with Taimanov, who was playing the piano. So yeah, Smyslov was a really true legend. If I'm not mistaken, the way how he ended his life together with his wife was quite poor, and maybe not on a level I would love to see of that kind of champion. So I do regret that this happened. Maybe some of you know better information, but now it's a bit late to touch this topic. But yeah, so he was really a great player, being already also 60 years old. As I mentioned, qualifying versus Hibner, there was this famous match in Austria, in some casino region. They opened a new casino. He won one game, Hibner won second one. Dr. Hibner was world number 3, if I'm not mistaken, just behind Kasparov and Karpov. He was the one who was, I think, who was having this PhD, and who was making some investigation of pyramids, Sanskrit, and all those like old stuff. And Dr. Hibner, there was a famous story when Jan Timman said that he wrote a book, 200 pages, and Dr. Hibner made a review of that book with 205 pages. So, and there was a famous analysis in the Chess Informants. I think one game spreaded over 40 pages, something like that. I think that he even wrote a book about one game. So he was like a special person, and they played that match, and then it was equal. They play 2 more games, and they have the same rule as FIDE had it in World Rapid and Blitz, that you play games after it's a draw, you play on. But there was a rule that if it's tiebreak, that you can also you can either play or offer drawing of lots, or let's say like throwing a coin and throwing a dice, and they opted for that, and that was famous story. So they went to casino, roulette, and Hibner was taking, I'm not a gambler, so I don't know exactly colors, but let's say that Hibner was taking red and Smyslow was taking black, and they throw the dice, or how do you call it, like roulette, start to spin, and you know which number? Zero, yes. They
So they both lost, yeah?
Now they started with a 0, it is green, right? And then,
Yeah.
and then how do you know? And then it's green, and then they moved on with another one, and then I think number 3 came, which I believe is red, I don't know, and then this
How
is
you
how
know?
Smyslow moved away. And this also happened, you can check maybe once again in roulette, I think it was woman championship or something, that the same scenario happened. So twice in history, if you could help me. So one I know, this is Hibner versus Smyslow, and Ivanchuk told me this that there was second one, and I'm trying to recall which was the second one of a tournament where this roulette or throwing the dice decided. And then Smyslow played versus Kasparov, and that was the biggest difference ever. I think he was like 64 and Kasparov was 20, and then the biggest difference in history of chess, that they were playing candidates tournament, the oldest and the youngest participant.
Interesting.
Yep. So bishop h2 here, it's a mess. How about other games? What's going on? So Darda is converting, Akhmadzada is trying to finish his opponent. It's funny, for example, this is Akhmadzada versus Cheparino, and this is Volokitin versus Kosakovsky. Similar thing. Here it's a mess. Marius is really long time, he needs to sacrifice the bishop. Kadric managed to turn the tables. Really?
Wow.
Denis
Wow.
is a swingler, he's winning. Let's see what happened here, and then we will switch to that, but let's stay for a moment in this. So Denis, he likes that camera comes to him, and then he starts to play much better. Here white is winning, play the last second. Let's go to the black is winning. Let's go to Kadric. Which game?
45th, I guess.
45th.
Mhm.
Let's go with the camera to 45th. Let's see how Denis will convert, but he already made a mistake, so he didn't push d3. So he played bishop e5. His opponent is super long time. Denis is fantastic blitz player. He won a medal at the European Blitz Championship in Croatia 2 years ago.
Darda is winning. There is this pawn endgame, which is completely losing for white.
Let's
Very
just
nice
show
pawn on
it.
third rank. Once when king.
This is sort of Djukic versus Dingleran last round. Now king d4. It's known that you win. And one tip for you, I'm sure that that Sandra knows it, that when you're catching the pawn on the third rank, you always win. You don't need to calculate. So this is a tip for future. Always you win. It's not important where is opponent's king, because you will always. Sorry.
And where is your pawn? Yes.
Sorry.
Doesn't
king
matter
f2,
if
yeah.
it's
Yeah, king
7th,
f2 and
6th,
then
5th
g2,
rank.
yeah.
It wins.
So that was the point here, king d4. Let's go to Kadric. We have him on the camera. He might, now finish his game. Bishop f4, but it's unclear yet. It's a mess. So what's going on here?
Yeah, we see comment Kadric to studio to give his advice for trash talking. We could. Maybe we should try to catch him and to bring him in studio. It depends for how long he will play this game, and it depends if he will convert his advantage and win a game. Yeah, we will try if he wins a game, and in next, I don't know how much time we have.
Yeah, we will see. So let's see, he's still a bit too early to say that he will win this one for sure. So he still needs to work. So is he ready to push e3? He has enough time. At the same time, Chulum has finished his game. Was it a draw? I think that Chulum, can you please check?
What? I should check.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was
Chulum.
looking at the position, so
Yeah,
I
you
was too
got-
focused on that. Chulum?
Yeah. Yeah, he just made a draw.
Mhm.
Iskandarov is creating something, so it's not still clear. Will he draw that one? So e3 just played, so Denis, if he manages to win this one, he will be 6th out of 9 with some chances. He's now ready to launch some bishop g3 stuff, but this doesn't work. It will be a nice try, but it doesn't work because there is bishop d4, crazy stuff, rook g7 and bishop e3, and you're not winning. So of course this is super tempting, and he's thinking about that. I know him. So for sure he's thinking about bishop g3, and it will be a mistake. Oh, hang on, I have rook f2. But this is unclear. So this is very, very critical moment. Very critical one. At the same time, Cheparinov is still fighting. E2 played by Denis.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good move? It is.
It looks good.
Yeah, very good one. Yeah, probably is a good move, but
although this
Gilbar
a pawn
not-
is
Bishop d4 played, King h7, postponing the decision. Samolenko won, right?
Probably. I will check. Yeah, he won. He won a game.
Someone is behind, just finished. I don't know who is that. That game. Just maybe it's Itorizaga.
Rook e2, very interesting.
Yes, the best
Very
move.
the best one. Maybe even before bishop d4, but
Yeah, this player is very tricky.
he's not satisfied with this move. But I mean, I think he
Yeah, but he can go to b8. I don't get it.
didn't realize yet.
King e2.
Ah.
King e2, and now how do I stop? I want to go bishop d6, c5. That's one way. Okay, this is crazy. This is very, very tough. This is... What a position. Really, what a position. Now I'm thinking, how do you stop this? Bishop d6, c5. But then after bishop d6, bishop b6. So Dennis is thinking, I think Dennis is shocked. What on earth is happening? And Kagan is, yeah, he's relaxed. Yeah, I just found my idea.
I don't think he's relaxed. But
Bishop d6, yeah, this is the most like logical try. Yeah, I believe that this is the most natural one. And bishop goes to d6, b6. Yeah, now Dennis will go rook b7, I believe, to stop. But this is really crazy position. He can also go king h8. He can go bishop c7. So many options. Where to go, what to do.
yeah, I think Dennis didn't expect this rook e2, and then luckily
Yeah,
he has 4 minutes.
Who would
so-
expect that this position is not that lost? I would think that I'm completely lost. -5 for me. That there is no chance that this doesn't work. Montenegrin fans, Bosnian and Herzegovinian fans are around now, I guess, checking this game. So Dennis was representing Bosnia and Herzegovina before, and now he is behind Montenegro already for a few years. Their main, one of the main players, together with Nikita Petrov, Nikola Djukic as well, and some other Grandmasters.
Regards to Nikola.
Yep. So bishop c7 or rook b7 or king h6. So what do you do? I would maybe pick up that h pawn and pray. Yeah, king g7. That's a tough decision, but also understandable. You want to bring your king closer. That's a good decision. At least I believe. a6, bishop b8. Now he will push b4 or something like that. Sandra, you're speechless.
I'm just surprised with what engine says here. Black is rook up, but it shows like position is equal. So I'm searching to see what is happening actually, and what could be planned for black. It's interesting position, that's why I'm thinking about it.
Okay, he needs to bring the king. King f6. What else?
Yeah.
King f6. What else to play?
Is he... I don't know.
So other games are still in progress, but this one is a real game. Akhmadzada is still playing. Iskandarov is a mess, another one, but this one really drives us crazy. Iturizaga is still playing.
A lot of talented singers and musicians in chess, also Portish loved opera.
Yeah, it was 2006 at the European Individual in Kushadasi in Turkey when Kozul won it, and I was room next to, so Portish was not playing, but he was there for a few days, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that he was not playing, and he was singing, he was practicing. It was quite loud.
Lucky you.
We have in Croatia one player, Ivan Vihor Krsnik Johar. He has few names, and he's also very known pianist. He plays piano, and he's lecturer at some college in Italy, FIDE Master, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty sure that there are many musicians who are around. So this really, it's super complicated. There is need to play King f6. Regarding music, which type of music you like to listen, Sandra?
Well, it depends. If I'm out with my friends, if I'm on the tournament, it just depends. I like
folk music.
Sometimes yes. Yeah, sometimes yes. Especially when I'm with Bulgarians like Beloslava Krasteva, we were roommates and we played for same team, so sometimes we say, okay, let's put some folk music before a game. But of course, I mean, it depends. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood for folk music.
I believe that's very rarely, but yeah, I trust you.
Yeah, you should trust me.
In terms of that you are not in the mood, because people, you and Lena, you're always sort of cheerful, and yeah.
That's also true.
People like to feel how you are.
But classical music is also sometimes very good, especially when you want to rest your brain and you have.
I know that Aranyan is listening classical music. Yeah, I was living before in one flat in Zagreb, and a neighbor just the door next to was actually playing the piano, and his top choice was Beethoven, Fiorelise, for example, and I like this. I also like Bolero. I know that Andrea Bocelli, of course. Andrea Bocelli plays chess, so he's one of our biggest star. So Fiorelise is one of my favorite.
King f6, King e6.
Yeah, it's still super complicated. B takes c6. He has this idea to play c7. I don't believe that Dennis will win this one. Now B takes c6 and c7 is coming.
Wow.
But I know that this is so complicated. So bc6, king d6. Let me just show. bc6, king d6, a7 and c7 first. This is the concept.
He didn't take on c6.
So he played bishop e3 or bishop where? e3.
Bishop e3, yes.
Yeah, it's also a viable alternative, and we will have a draw here. He is now completely aware what will happen, that this game will end in a draw. But okay, still he can play. He can play rook a7 to collect. No, rook a7. Rook a7, let's say. If you go b6, I take. You go. Okay, at least I can play this. It's a dead draw, but I can play it for a while.
But can I play something better after rook h7
Probably
as white?
you can.
Like not to go into that type of position.
Maybe you can go h6 and now it's that thing will happen. Yeah, we'll have rook versus bishop, that's it.
So bishop e3 is actually a very nice move.
20 seconds, he's not falling asleep, he took.
Now he doesn't have
He
this
will
c
be
pawn to stay after.
because it's a dead draw now.
Yeah.
King d5.
Before he comes to room, because he thinks that after rook e2 was winning, but actually it's not clear after white sacrificed. So he will see.
Let's remove the board so get to have this thing more visible. Tough day for Denis, and he just made a draw.
And he will not be our guest today.
Yeah, we won't call
we
him.
wanted, but don't mess with Denis after the game when he's not satisfied. What else we
let's
have?
move the camera. Let's go to our top board, other boards. So we have Ahmedzada still playing. Maybe we can. Okay, let's find some board. It's not so important. We can go to our first board in the row. It's Ceparino with the black pieces, who is playing on board number 13. We see Peter Pisk there. Denis running away. Tough day to handle.
Yeah, not so much of hope in Ceparino's position for him, actually for black. What else we have? Iturizaga and Jemkan, they are still
So maybe we
playing.
can tell the standings to our viewers.
Yes. Let's see.
So Bluebum is the solo leader.
Yes, with 7.5, and then we have 5 players with 7 points: Daniel Jufa, Tari, Sargisyan, Rothstein, Alvar Rosell, Jordan Van Forest.
No, you're then there, half point.
Yeah, okay, he's in this category with 6.5 points, so we have Van Forest,
Gledura,
Jobava, Stamatis, Fredrik Svane,
Hušenbet,
yes, Hušenbet, Navara,
Lagarde.
and just a second, so many players with 6.5 points, Lagarde, let's see where, okay, just a second, yeah, Sargisyan, Erdukmus, Jan Malek, Abbasov, Martirosyan, Suleymanli, Yuri Kuzubov, Gumulart, Kantor, Edis Gurel, yeah, many players, Donchenko, and so on. So we have one leader with 7.5, then we have 5 players with 7 points, and then we have a lot of players with 6.5 points.
Hang on, why he's not converting this position? So what's the problem here? Knight e6 now when he plays. King f6, knight f4, king g5, knight d3, bishop d2. Okay, king g3, and now there is a way to black needs to move the king, and now probably just to transfer the king to e4. So Ivan is trying to defend, but it looks defendless. How is our poll doing? Maybe to finish it a bit. So Susan poll, yes, it was a woman match regarding rolling the dice. It was women's candidates. Yep.
And Nana won. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks,
Nice
Matthias.
information.
Susan
Thanks,
Poller and Nana
Matthias.
Iocelani.
Let's see our poll. Yeah. Time travels 32% and then openings 27, end games 22 and mid games 18%. So leader is time travels and this will be a winner of
Yeah, but it was
pool.
close call.
Poll.
Yeah, it was very close.
Yeah. Taiman was a concert pianist, Smislo was a professional level opera singer.
And they had some album, not album, but they had some concert together. You can even Google this. This was, I said, this musical sentence. So Ivan is putting an effort, but now he will be kicked out. Hang on. So maybe this is not so simple at all. So what happened here? I'm curious. So it was like totally winning, and he gave the pawn very subtle decision. So he's a dead loss. So this game goes to this Jonathan Rosson Chess for Zebras book. He manages to hold this one, but I really don't see he will be able to do it. His opponent is without the idea. So how many moves without moving up? Okay, not many. Only 30. Idurizaga still playing, Okaturo. Rook and a bishop. Yesterday I showed that winning concept, so we will follow that one. Let's check how many moves when it started. Okay, so it's 76th. I showed this winning concept yesterday, but maybe I can repeat you once again. So for example, this check, rook e8, rook g7, rook e1, the best move. Once again, Caruana made a mistake versus Fiedler. He played bishop b3. But first you need to transfer the rook to the shorter side. Then you play bishop b3, rook goes to c3. Then you improve the bishop. Then you give this testing check. And I said yesterday, you are allowed to wake me up at 3 a.m. and to ask about this position, and I will just execute quickly.
But you mentioned that you never had in your chess career, which is interesting,
so
but you're well prepared. So
yeah, my knowledge is amazing, but sometimes people tend to underestimate how many things we know, and they are in our shelves. On our shelves, or somewhere still waiting to be played. So this is a life of Chess Pro. So Cheparinov is making his life harder. So we are following. Please open that game. So how about this one? Okay, this is a draw, but still goes on. So please follow. Keep an eye on this if something changes here, and Okaturo will be able to trick Cieslak. Oh, this is another thing. So Iskandarov, so we left around here, so he managed somehow to push those pawns. They were sacrificed, and now, yes, okay, it's a draw. Okay, he's still trying, but I believe that we will have a draw. Many interesting endgames, so maybe our Paul will now
Maybe result
switch.
will change and yeah.
Yeah, endgames are how the endgames are doing. Any chance to get
Third
into the
place for
second
endgames.
place?
Endgames were doing good till players were in time troubles. So then suddenly time troubles becomes leader of this poll, and yeah, now openings are on the second place, and then we have endgames. But yes, today we have very interesting endgames, and I'm satisfied with this as I like endgames very much.
I think that was the reason why because you were coached by your father, and they tend to work on endgames.
That was first thing we were doing, not openings or something like that. I mean, just something regular, like to know how to develop pieces correctly, but not a lot of effort there, so now my openings are suffering. Okay.
Luckily you are very skillful in middle game, so you don't need to be super prepared.
Exactly, yes, that's true. And I don't have to have the newest bases in my chess base and folders and analyses.
So what's going on here? Will we have something spectacular that it's possible to draw this game? I don't see it now. Knight 94 is coming, so he has found some concept. Yeah, even switch to this side. If he proceed with knight f6, I will be very curious. But then knight f2.
With king f6, yes?
King f6, sorry. Now I think he realized that this 94 is about to happen. Ivan was putting a tremendous effort for many hours, and suddenly it won't be enough.
We don't know yet, but
Bishop b2. Yeah, Krasnichohar, as I mentioned, he's in FM. At the faculty, he was actually he was reported, I don't know, by Nakamura that his game was strange in terms of cheating, but then I think it was proved that it was not the case. Okay, these days, those witches count is opened. Here has something changed, not much, but this is the way how you win this position. You play bishop c6, and then you're trying to kick this bishop. So bishop c6 is sometimes the idea. Since if he goes down, you give check, and now, okay, king f8 is here enough. But this can be tricky, because now you're rolling him. So this is the way, but Daniela went for another one. Rook a6. Cheparinov just made the move. Now knight f6 g5 is about to happen, and that's it. Oh no, g5 is possible immediately. Yeah. King h5, knight f6. Yeah, he's winning. So Akhmadzada made few draws versus Darda, versus Aksyan. And now he is there to sit on +4, which is close to qualifying.
Yeah, important. This will be important win for him.
Yeah, of course, when you win against Ivan. And yesterday Ivan's last year Ivan's tournament was fine, but this one just collapsed at this point. But yeah, he's resigned. Ivan is always super polite. Okay, but still it's far away. Yeah, it's not that it's collapsed. He's top. He's on +3, so my bad. Ivan can win the last two games and it will be fine. So let's go to the which one? Let's maybe check Vocaturo, or I don't know which one to follow.
Not Vocaturo.
Yeah, maybe we should go to Iturizaga, this game versus Gokekan. You see them. Which board is that? Exactly. This is fortunately I cannot see it. So 37.
37, yeah.
Let's check that one. So it's
so many queen endgames here, yes? I realized there are a lot of queen endgames.
I would be curious if Vocaturo will get this. So just remember the moves. So it started at 76, and now it's 105. So 20 more moves. 126 we need. Let's get the board here. And Queen B3 played. He wants to start rolling his king.
But I can play Queen G5.
Queen A2 just played. It's not so simple. Yeah, it seems to me that Vocaturo is going nowhere, and this Kandaro the same, so this game will be the last one. So tomorrow we will get back to the playing hall?
Maybe.
Very interesting answer. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Which answer you wanted? Yes, no.
Yeah, I was expecting that you would say yes, and then maybe to add a few more sentences.
Okay, yes,
like
I will go back to
playing
playing hall.
score
Yes.
sheets, following games, calculating.
So much
like
fun.
you're a player.
Yeah, I like being in playing venue. But also here, even more, to be honest. But switching with Lena is completely fine. So one day here, one in playing venue, it's fine. It's good. So tomorrow Lena is here, yes?
Yes, tomorrow Lena is coming. And okay, not many rounds left. That will be her last round in this event, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
The tournament is closely getting over.
Yeah, it starts slow, but suddenly you realize there are just 2 or 3 rounds till the end.
Eduardo just made the move really long time. So he was like 3 seconds on the clock. Check, check. Queen d7, king will go up to f6. Gokher Khan is trying to find a setup. But I don't believe that he can kite because Eduardo has calculated everything. So queen d8, not d6 of course, because after queen d6, queen e6, this just loses. Iskandarov is about to make a draw, so he realizes that this is...
What about rook and bishop against rook?
Yeah, here
How many
Makaturov
moves?
went to different direction. Ah no, sorry. This was the position. It doesn't seem that he's moving, and he has only 10 more moves, which is not something. Yeah, slowly we are closing our day. Playing hall is empty. Maybe we can show you just a broad view beauty camera that you see that, yeah, as you could see, that's about it.
Just 3 more games.
Yeah, let's go back, let's get the camera here. Okay, the problem now of black is his queen on A2 is not helping to hide. So Sandra, now is the moment to maybe to add something. Do you want to comment anything regarding your future plans or something? You mentioned, are you playing some league?
Yeah, maybe I will. I mean, usually I play Turkish league. I start with Montenegro league, which is always in the beginning of May. In July I have Turkish league, September Serbian league, Bosnian league, after that European Club Cup. So all teams tournament. I mean a lot of teams tournament, not anymore a lot of open tournaments. Lately I didn't play because I said I don't feel I'm well prepared for strong open tournaments. Although, I mean, even playing Turkish league, it's very unpleasant because we all know that they are underrated and it's very hard.
And it's very short league, right?
No, it's
13 rounds or something.
Yeah, like 11 rounds. But I really like to play there, and I played 3 times. 1 time I played first board, and 2 times I played women's board. I took gold medal. I mean, I was best women's board once, and second time third best women's board, and somehow it works good for me, although a lot of players doesn't like to play because they are losing a lot of rating points. It's very tricky, but for me it worked good so far. So yes, some leagues, some holidays, some plans to work on chess hard, but what I'm not sure is that this plan working on chess hard with will be. Everything else, leagues and holidays, that will be for sure.
Cool. After queen g6, queen e6 was the point of Gokher Khan's play, and after g4, a3 just wins. That's why Eduardo took a different route and played. Iskandarov, I think, he just made a draw. And Vocaturo is still playing, but not many moves left. So we are here in Vocaturo. This game
Yeah,
is the
Scandarov
chess luck.
draw.
Yeah, it's few more moves and this will be a draw. I wanted to devote some part of my life to check like 100 games when the side with the rook and a bishop won it, just to realize what is the system when they get wrong, but I didn't study that so deeply. But that might be a good try.
For rook and bishop against rook.
I was thinking maybe to go into that direction.
Yeah.
But I'm not a professional chess player as you, so I might not.
But this was a recommendation to me as a professional chess player that I should. Yeah, I understood. Thank you very much for this nice suggestion.
Yeah, it was hidden one, but I'm glad you're smart.
Yeah,
girl,
smart
that you catch it immediately.
Yeah,
So what will happen here? King will go where? Okay, let's stay for a moment here. So 6 more moves, then we'll have a draw. The point is that you were able to win this, then the bishop should be here and the king here, and now it's a bit too far. Okay, so this game will finish and we have the following one. He's deciding where to go, what to do, and he played to c6. Of course, if you go to d5, you're dropping the queen, so it's possible to lose even the simplest position. So queen c6. Yeah, a long one, but we are about to finish our day because I do believe that he will check him forever.
Yeah, last time when
was the last point when he moved the pawn? Is he aware? Okay, so move number 65 and now we are move number 105th. So 10 more moves. If he's so let's just check it
maybe
precisely.
he just forgot absolutely, or
no, yeah, move number, so from 66 and now we are at 104.
So 10 more moves.
And in rook and a bishop, now they're approaching. I think this is the last move now. Maybe we should get the camera on that board.
To see if
yeah,
it will
so
be climb of draw.
it's a board. I cannot check it, but Sandra is fast as lightning. And you will get this in
Thanks God that
Vocaturo versus just like and we got it.
53rd board.
Yeah, you see that it's over, so no need to switch the camera. No need to switch the camera. Last game finished there, but we can stay with this view just to grasp. small discussion or not? Not really.
Yeah, just about score sheets, but there is still one game in progress, so...
Yeah, let's finish.
Okay.
Okay, so let's check this game. Has something changed? King e6. They are repeating, and I believe we will have a draw. And we are finishing our day. So a few more moments, but I think that's it. Yeah, Stefane's cover is already gone for an hour. Maybe it's a moment that we do the same. So anti-cheating is over. So
we see a climb of a draw.
okay, so
Perfect timing.
yeah, we can stay here for a second.
Why he's smiling? Because he forgot? I mean...
I don't get it why he's smiling, or he can say, okay, it's a draw. Threefold repetition.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, they will claim a draw. We can out-zoom a bit because the position is not so important, but that's about it. 3-time draw repetition. Sandra, yeah, today was an interesting day.
Yes, although we saw a lot of draws at the first round, the first boards, but they played games and we saw, yeah, a lot of interesting openings, games in time troubles and so on, also endgames as we mentioned.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for Joe. Maybe just the final words about Paul, and that's it.
Yes, let's see if something changed. No, we have time troubles 32%, then openings 28, endgames 22, and mid-games 18%. So time troubles stays as a favorite part for followers.
Okay, thanks for that. Greetings from our side. We will conclude our day, and tomorrow is a penultimate round, so many important games on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, see us tomorrow.
Bye.
Romania, heart of European chess. For the first time ever, the European Individual Chess Championship unfolds on Romania's board. Over 100 Grandmasters, 40 nations, and one shared dream, the European chess crown. It's not just about glory, it's about strategy, triumph, and a total prize fund of 100,000 euros.
Aceasta este cu adevărat o performanță a capacității noastre organizatorice, dar și un prestigiu al faptului că Federația Europeană de Șah a ales să încredințeze României cea o importantă competiție europeană a șahului, datorită dezvoltării activității șahistice din România.
The State Mint crafts exclusive medals, a first for an international chess tournament.
O monedă unică pentru medaliile jucătorilor, ceea ce face din acest eveniment ceva cu totul și cu totul special, un eveniment care va rămâne în istoria șahului european, în istoria șahului românesc, cu siguranță.
Suntem mândri să contribuim la acest eveniment și să oferim o medalie care să celebreze excelența în șah. Ne dorim pe viitor colaborări pentru viitoare proiecte cu Federația Română de Șah. Să fie șah. Le dorim mult succes românilor care vor participa la acest mare eveniment și îmi doresc ca un român să fie câștigător. Hai România!
Romania takes center stage as the heart of the chess world. Checkmate Europe, more than just a competition, a move in history's game. A century of Romanian chess crowned by the European Championship in Eforie Nord. Let there be chess!
This is a chess. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. SenseRobot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. He's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, SenseRobot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. The candidate to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. SenseRobot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, SenseRobot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the Endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is SenseRobot. Today, chess all in AI.